Hi there, welcome to Game Master Swap. We are a bunch of professional game masters where our goal is to show all our playstyles and various systems we like to run, as well as highlighting smaller or indie games that aren't D&D 5th edition.
Each week is generally a different GM and roster of players. We run on Tuesdays 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can find these videos on YouTube and Twitch. If you're interested in playing or hiring one of us, you can find our profiles at the website startplaying.games. Our details will be in the chat and the description. So let's go through our players today, starting with Marcus.
Hello, I'm Marcus Flores, and you're super beautiful or super handsome. I don't know. You're super amazing. Thank you for tuning in and watching us do our thing. And if you need to find me, I'm Marcus Flores _13 on all of the socials. And today I'm going to be playing Castaway Kris, 7th Sea RPG.
And yes, hi there, I'm Sun. You can find me at Sun at Start Playing Games, and you can find me at SunGorn on Twitter and YouTube. I run dark fantasy, heroic fantasy. I flip between. If your characters want to die, come here. I shall be playing Sol de Gamberra on 7th Sea.
Hi, my name is Thom, Thom. You can find me at startplaying.games or ThomJTK on Twitter. I will be playing Alonzo Balmasque, the Shanty of the Zephyr.
And I am ViaVirtus. I will be running tonight's game. I can be found basically anywhere by looking up ViaVirtus. And I run 7C, obviously, otherwise we would be in a lot of trouble. Also L5R, Cyberpunk. I'm just looking over here at just the random things I have over here, Star Trek, and also I'm starting to, now that the pre-orders are live for it and we've got PDFs in hand, I'm starting to set up games for the new Fallout 2D20, because when in doubt, you should always loot everything. Anyway, speaking of looting everything, tonight we will be on board the Zephyr, a privateer under the command of Captain Hollinson. A couple of brief bits of housekeeping about 7th Sea, because it has been my experience that 7th Sea is a dramatic gear shift. Some people may be coming here looking at tonight's game, and you're gonna see some things that are different, things that are radically different. The easiest way for some people who have never touched 7th Sea before, basically take Princess Bride, take the Disney Three Musketeers, throw them all together, and you've got Pirates of the Caribbean, and you've got 7th Sea. 7th Sea also differs from a lot of other games in that each of these characters that you're going to see tonight, they are going to do gross, ridiculous things. They are going to be able to pull off things that you're going to look at and go, these guys have to be playing high-level characters. Nope, not at all. These characters went through the basic character creation system in this game. You will see that they are phenomenally good at some things and not good at other things, and they are very much, very, very rounded, I would say. This is a game of heroes and villains, and the three people that I will be running for tonight, yes, they are pirates, but they are also heroes. Being a hero or a villain in the 7th Sea world is a pronounced difference than being a hero in other places. The best way to describe it is that heroes and villains have an aura that other individuals, other supernatural things can tell, and it allows them to do a bunch of things that other heroes in other worlds may not. For example, rule number 1, and I need the three of you to understand this absolutely committedly, it is the ground rule of all 7th Sea. The only way that you can die is to be rendered helpless at the hands of a villain who declares that they are going to kill you blatantly, and you will know that this is coming in advance. I tell you this because, first off, that's in the rulebook, and second off, there's going to be a lot going on, and I don't want you to be like, I'm down to 1 hit, but no, 1 hit points when things start getting fun. Very quickly for you guys, I did want to cover some things, some basic stuff with the characters. If you look at your character sheets, you've got a couple of little things. First off, each one of you has 1 hero point. That's reflected by that little 1 in the circle in the top corner of your sheet. Okay? Also, if you go down to like your second page, you're going to see that you have 2 backgrounds. Unlike other systems, these backgrounds represent lives that you have already led. It's not, this is what led me to where I am. These are things that have already happened, significant things. And then what matters to them is if you click that little lock next to the name, it'll tell you like +1 HP, which stands for hero point, if you do a specific thing. So if you're playing to your character, you're going to see you're going to gain a hero point. And to be honest, once you meet those criteria, just tell me you met the criteria and claim a hero point. It's just that simple. Also, below that are your arcana. There is your virtue. The arcana is your heroic aura. It's your heroic aura in action. You have 2 parts of your arcana. Think of it like a tarot reading or something like that. Your virtue is an ability that you can activate, costs you nothing to activate. You can use it once per session, and it will drastically change the rules of the game in your favor. Conversely, characters have a hubris. This is the thing that it's the part of their heroic aura that makes their lives more than just being superheroes. And it can come into play a number of different ways. First off, if you act in accordance with your hubris, you gain a hero point. If I make you act in accordance with your hubris, you gain a hero point. And then you, of course, have to behave that way for the duration of the scene or whatnot. Hero points are very important because if you glance around at some of your advantages, some of them cost hero points. Some of them are just default automagic, and others bend rules a little bit. Also, Castaway Kris, you all know this because you've been on board the Zephyr for a while. Castaway Kris has magical tattoos. Tattoos that were granted to him by Madame Wenshin, and they do things. And specifically, in order to make those tattoos do things, you have to spend a hero point. So the hero point economy is very central to most of what you do here. In addition to the backgrounds, you can activate your quirk from your background once per session. Each one can be tripped that way. There are also other ways to earn hero points, or maybe not earn hero points, but to gain hero points. And I will let you know those as they become important or as they become actually relevant to what we're doing. So that said, we will move into this. And we will start much as we started this stream. And no, not with misstarts and bad audio, but with a camera gliding over a body of water, an ocean. It's riding kind of low, and as it goes for about a minute or so, and then you start hearing the sounds of metal on metal, of of yelling, of men and women and other small animals yelling. You hear the snap and pop of musket fire, pistol fire. And as the camera comes up, you see two ships right alongside each other. One ship is very low to the ground, or very low to the water. Low rails, beautiful lines, with the occasional sort of like an Eastern European scroll work that looks like it got added after the fact. This vessel, this beautiful, lovely vessel that is your heart and soul, is the Zephyr. It is boarded. It is alongside a very deep keeled Veston ship, and the Veston are we use these terms all the time in 7th Sea. They're the not Dutch. They are they're traders and merchantmen, and this vessel happens to be the Promontory. And of note is, as you are alongside, you have traded the initial blows of a boarding action. The camera moves along the far side of the promontory, up and over its deck, and as it crosses the quarterdeck to the area where the two ships are side by side, across the barrier leaps Sol, the boarding master of the Zephyr. Alongside Sol jumps over the rest of the boarding crew, which the rest of the boarding crew counts as a brute squad. They look like the brute squad. They are the brute squad. They are a brute squad that has a strength of 6. What that matters is that brute squads move last. They move dead last. They have no initiative. Their initiative is brute squad. Okay, they move below initiative 1, and they will do what you tell them. That they will follow your orders. The other crew's brute squads will follow their captain's orders. As you jump over, you unleash what is quite possibly one of the single most ridiculous abilities to give a swordsman, Whirlwind of Steel. You land on the deck, and in a spinning flourish, you send 5 of these sailors to Davy Jones. Well, not to Davy Jones, but you send them to their maker. As you're leading the boarding party, the others jump over. Very quickly, what do you look like? What does your sword look like?
Oh, I have a nice, long, heavy cutlass, as large, the size of my leg. I am wearing a deep velvet red open vest. You can see the cuts in my chest, long, healed over. There's the scars still there. And I'm wearing 2 bandanas, white and red, so you can see both of them, and nice baggy brown breeches. And you can see the gold hanging off my chain. If you see closely before you die, you'll see that it comes from Spain.
Castille, aka not Spain.
Not Spain.
Yes. 7th Sea takes place on the world of Terra, not Earth, Terra, on the continent of Théah, which is not Europe, and in approximately the 17th century. I will be using I'll be using the actual setting names, but if you ever look at me and what? I'll go, yeah, not France. Okay. Just to help ease things along, and everybody does it, so we're good. So at any rate, you leap over, you board across. Right behind you are the boarding crew. Right after that, Captain Hollinson has given very specific orders that the crew, that there are important items that need to be recovered, and he is sending virtually everyone except for the bilge crew. The bilge crew has to stay there because they're the bilge crew, and no one likes them anyway. No one has liked the bilge crew, not ever. So next people over the rail. I will say that the next person over the rail would probably be the person encouraging the group to continue the fight, which would be our Montaigne Shantyman. And who is Alonzo, our Montaigne Shantyman? What does he look like? And as he leaps the rail, what does he do?
All right. Alonzo decides to take his rapier out, slash a spare rope, and swing right over onto the other ship. Alonzo wears a fine Montaigne tunic, a very fancy hat with a large feather, and maybe a dead bird on it that he has freshly killed. It is the latest fashion. And he shouts, stand and deliver to the opposing sailors.
Yay! And they feel like they must stand and deliver until they realize that you aren't in charge of them, and it would be bad if they did. Meanwhile, last over the rail, making sure that everybody made it across, and no one made it into the water, because what Mother Ocean takes, Mother Ocean keeps. Leaps over the guardrail, the ship's bosun, Castaway Kris. How do you jump the rail? And how do you strike terror in the hearts of those sailors who might otherwise think they have a chance against you?
Well, Castaway, since I'm looking for the not blank, what is the Argus then?
Aragosta. Aragosta is not Nassau. Aragosta is not Nassau. They made their way free. They are one of the several pirate cities within the Atabayan, aka not Caribbean. And from there, the pirates of the Brethren of the Coast, or the Brotherhood of the Coast, the secret society, not so secret, launched their attacks against the Atabayan Trading Company, aka not the East India Company, of which it is now relevant to point out that along the back of the promontory, the ship you are boarding, is a flag of the ATC. Captain Hollinson had been specifically targeting this ship. So, at this point, how are you striking terror into the hearts?
Terror into the hearts
of these ATC sailors.
Well, I think it's a camera's panning up,
yes.
from foot to head, and it's this almost dark navy blue dyed baggy clothing, weathered black leather vestment opens up. You see the skin on Castaway Kris is not only tanned by the sun, but by his culture, just leathery and moisturized, beautiful, but also rippling are these strange tattoos that creep up around his neck, almost these tentacles embracing around him. And he looks up into the sky and sees this gull dive past the ATC ship, and as it does, it dips down into the water to grab a fish, and then that's when you get a shot of his face, and he just smiles, his gold teeth along, glints in the sun, this well-manicured, strange-looking shaved mustache and braided hair. And he laughs just as the ship slams against theirs. The Zephyr slams against there, causing water to spray up like a curtain. He leaps through that curtain, emerging from the curtain, oddly kelp hanging off of him as if like the ocean is trying to embrace him, and leaps down in front of these ATC men, just cackling and laughing and saying, "You will join the sea like the poor fish that my brethren bird has just feasted upon."
Awesome. Would you like to describe your arm while we're at it?
Yeah. So I will say. It is it is strange because that's the only piece that is not like smooth and shiny and moisturized. There's almost this barnacle crustation to it. This kind of like it's bursting through these craggy scars and holes onto his arm, and the forearm's in fact a little larger.
Oh, as an FYI, I don't know whether or not you looked, but under your advantage, the Devil's Due.
Yeah.
Uncheck that, unlock that, and the description is there. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I got to play with toys, and
I know. No, I did.
It's never good to give me toys. All right, so we are going to go into what is classically referred to as an action scene, and it will very easily tell you, by the end of this, you should have a pretty good idea about how this system works. The system functions as so. First off, I have described to you the situation. This is a typical boarding party, typical if you've been in if you've seen a pirate movie, if you've seen anything involving ships and pirates, and that's where we are. Anything that you would have seen on a pirate show or when you were playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag, whatever, it's there. Okay, you don't have to ask me if it's there. If it would make sense that it's on a pirate ship, it's there. You can use it, and not only can you use it, I want you to use it. One of the other key caveats and conceits of this game is you do not ask me if you can do something, you ask me how you can do something. And we make that happen because you are co-authors with me on making your character be awesome, because that's what we're here for. So, typical pirate ship, you are looking for, you're boarding. You're boarding a very fat trader. You've already traded some blows with it. You've already put some holes in it. And there's a couple things we need to do. First things first. Normally, I would ask for your approaches, but I want to switch this around a little bit. I'm going to show you a couple of the things that we need to do. In this game, we have things called consequences, and we have things called opportunities. And in a minute, we will generate die pools, we'll roll, we'll create what are called raises, and each raise can be used to basically work down it can either work down a consequence or it can pay for an opportunity. And I'm going to show you this right now. For example, things that you know already before you even got on. First off, there is a chest of great value that will sink if it is not recovered. In addition, Captain Hollinson has been chasing this ship because there are updated ATC rudders that will be ruined if they are not recovered. And for people who have no knowledge of naval, maritime, anything, rudders are basically books full of charts and depths and distances and things that are of infinite value to crews in this time period. As you have boarded, I'll give you the other opportunity in a minute. Things that you do know in terms of consequences. This ship has brute squads, just like you do. They have two. They have two of them. In addition to that, as you boarded, you glanced over it. You glanced down as you swung across the rope, and you noticed that several cannons have been aimed at the Zephyr's mainmast and looked like they were loaded with chain shot, which could effectively saw your mainmast in half and make things a lot harder for you. Not necessarily cripple the ship, or not necessarily destroy the ship, but definitely make things inconvenient for you. Under normal circumstances, I would give you the raises. We would talk about your approaches beforehand, but being as this is the moment and I'm throwing you right in, I figured I would show you about consequences and opportunities before things got going. And yes, there's a very specific reason why that one scroll has not been filled in yet. So, Now what we would do is now what we're going to do is go back to step one. You know the setting, you know the scene. What you were trying to, what I want you to tell me now is what your character is hoping to accomplish in this scene. This is different than what is your character doing, because doing is what you spend raises on. What the goals you're hoping to achieve will help to determine your approach, which is we'll get to. So what I would like to hear is Soul, what are your objectives in this scene? What are you hoping to accomplish?
I am hoping to make sure this is a very safe boarding mission. Our crew gets in and gets out alive with as little casualties as possible. I'm trying to keep everyone alive.
Duly noted. Obviously with your sword.
Yes.
Yes.
The other side, it doesn't matter.
Right. So what we're going to do for Soul is this is going to be for you. It is going to be a finesse and weaponry. So with finesse, that's 4 dots. Each dot is a die.
Yep.
And with weaponry, you've got 3. You have fencer, which adds a die.
Okay.
And I know what Whirlwind of Steel will do, but this first round I'd like you to do raises just for giggles. So that you can get used to the system. Because you're about to be disgusting and gross in all the best ways. Okay. So just remember finesse weaponry and plus the 1 for fencer. We'll get to that. Alonzo, Kris, do either of you have your approach?
I've got an idea.
What your goal is?
Marcus, you got an idea or you want me to go?
You go, Benny.
Okay. Alonzo knows that, while he is somewhat skilled with the rapier, he is not quite as brutal in the large group setting and more skilled in a duel. Alonzo would probably be seeking out either a leader or capitan of this ship, perhaps to coax him into or goad him into a private duel alone, either below decks or somewhere, how should I say, where he could use a little bit of dirty fighting and trickery to subdue him and remove him.
Okay. So you are also leaning on your knowledge of the way of the blade?
A little bit. My thought was to use the on the sheet here, come hither to lure the character away and then handle.
Okay. So here's what
I don't know for seduction or if it's like you should duel me one-on-one in like some area off the scene.
Come hither is a result of your background as a Jenny. Jennies are sex workers in this game. In this world, it is not only legal, it is unionized. So,
a gentleman of expansive sensibility, shall we say?
Yes. Okay. So
gotcha. That's more for like seduction than
but the wording of come hither does not specify that is what you are doing. They just say that you're luring another character into a private room, and then you later leave said private room without them, thus removing them from the scene. So therefore, that it meets what you're trying to do. What I would say is that the hero point does not negate what you are what else you're attempting to do. You're just going to spend your hero point. So you would still have an approach. So your goal is
My goal is generally to take out key threats, I suppose. So that whether it be that like an enemy captain and try to get them into a duel. That way, our much more efficient swordsmen and brutes can handle the squads. Or if I notice the cannons, maybe try to plug them up.
How about this? So I caught onto this where you said that you were kind of maneuvering people around so that they end up in the hands of the people that can deal with them best, right?
Yes,
that's what I heard. Why don't we try this? Why don't we do panache and tempt? Because you're basically trying to goad people into doing things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I said tempt to panache, and then
if you're gonna roll using the system, if you're gonna roll using the game system, then yeah, you'd use on the drop down, you'd hit panache, and then when you hit tempt, it should generate numbers in the chat.
Roll 20. Beautiful.
Yeah. Also, all right, c'est bon. All right, cool. And now, Castaway Kris, what be you doing?
Hey. Well, that eye for talent stood out for me, and I think what Kris is doing is actually, or his objective of this is to actually awe and maybe break the will of the opposing crew, so that some even realize, instead of being on this sinking ship with this weak crew, maybe we should team up and join the Zephyr and add to the Brute Squad.
Okay.
And I think that's what, so doing things with enough style and panache and maybe even awe-inspiring action that they realize they're on the losing side.
And as you are a bosun, you are as you are the ship's bosun, you are no stranger to inserting foot into rear to get things done. So what I would say is, this sounds like panache and intimidate. Okay. Because you're basically, you are a terrifying figure. You are. I
have a big devil arm.
Mm-hmm. So what I would say is panache and intimidate. Okay. We're not exactly in a position for eye for talent to kick in. However, it makes total sense with what you're working on. You're working
I would
with.
like when I read it, it's more about purchasing, but I was just thinking of some sort of like.
It's fine. That plays straight in.
Inspiration.
Right. Okay. So at this point, Alonzo, I'm totally good with you using the hero point to pull the captain out of the scene. For whatever, or pull a Capitan out of the way with your hero point if you decide to still use Come Hither. In which case you would spend the hero point, and it happens. We would narrate, early in, right before we get into raises or whatever, into counting down raises, we would handle that for you.
Okay.
If you want to still do that. Now, in this case, you guys, Tom's going to use his hero point on Come Hither. The two of you have hero points. At this point, if you decided to spend your hero point, you could give yourself an extra die, or you could give somebody else 3 dice.
Wow.
As you assist them in making things happen. Now, what I will tell you is that right now, since you only have 1 hero point, you're going to have to get ways to generate that up. And don't worry, those will happen soon. At this point, if you wanted to spend your hero points, then we can do that. If you want to hold tight on them for right now and see if maybe we need them later, then that works too. Do we want to spend hero points?
I want to spend a hero point let's get into some mechanics of this bed.
Okay. Are you spending 1 for yourself to add a die, or are you spending 1 to add 3 to one of the other people, and how are you assisting them doing what you're doing?
I'm going to spend it giving it to Thom, because I figure if we can separate the captain away from the crew is much more malleable to me booming my voice and yelling at them and terrifying them. So
Okay.
So I'm going to give my hero point to Thom.
Oh, awesome. So, Thom, you'll add 3 more dice. In addition,
So that's part of the tempt roll then.
yes. Basically, he's using his intimidate to push people into you. You're using your tempt to maneuver them around to best eliminate them in one way or another. Just because we'll get to this in a second. Additionally, another way to generate a hero point, just so you know, before we roll dice, you can look at me and say, "I fail." If you do, you do not roll dice, but you will fall victim to every consequence that occurs in this scene. But you gain a hero point.
But I like it.
So,
I love failing forward.
Because at that point you're essentially choosing to let the consequences happen. Yes, I'm going to get stabbed by the bad guy, but I'm going to do this thing, etc. So at this point, if we are good with where we are dice wise, we will.
I'll also spend a hero point.
Okay. Are you spending on yourself, or are you spending on somebody else?
I'm going to spend it on Kris.
Okay.
With that, I'm going to use my
Thank you, my friend.
superior skills in combat to essentially intimidate them and thinking they are no match, emphasizing Kris's words.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Now, just in case your dice pools are not currently sick enough, you will each gain an additional die for this being the first time you've used this skill in this scene.
Okay.
And you will get another one for narrative flair. In other words, describing what you're doing in an awesome way, which is what you have done. So it's your trait that we chose plus your skill that we chose, +1 for flair, +1 for skill, and in the case of Thom and in the case of Kris, +3 because of hero point assists. Okay, so what will happen is you will scoop up all those dice, and then you will roll them. If you are using Roll20, it hates this game system.
I want to use physical dice.
Physical dice actually work really well for this, but
Grab my chest of dice then.
okay, there. All right, so for those of you using the deciding to roll in the chat window, if you have 3 dots in your skill that you're rolling, which I think you all do, there's a button all the way down at the bottom, all the way at the end that says reroll, which means it will take basically your lowest die and reroll it. And you will, I think you hit the +3 dice. No, it just rolls that separately. So what you'll do is you'll take, say, I'm on Alonzo's sheet right now. This roll does not count. But you'll take panache on the drop down, tempt, hit the reroll. You'll roll those. No penalty. Never mind. We can do this. Bonus 3 dice. Oh, no, not bonus 3 dice. Bonus 5 dice, because 3 + 2 for one thing. It rolls all that. Now, here is the thing. You each have those. Now, what you are looking to do is generate how do you only have 3 dice, Soul?
No, I just clicked on +3 dice.
Gotcha. Because here's what you're going to do now. You are going to take those die rolls and you are going to make sets of 10. Each set of 10 you make is called a raise. And if you have any dice left over, you should let me know which ones they are, or how many dice you have left over after your roll. because they are worth hero points.
Ooh.
I see.
Dot.
Okay. So, dice
Declare our raises beforehand, like what we want to raise beforehand, or no?
Say again. Say it again.
So are we declaring what the raise is and what we're trying to aim for, or is the raise each group?
What you're doing is you're making sets of 10, and each set of 10 you make is a raise. Whenever I ask you, you're going to be like, okay, I have 7 raises. I have 8 raises. I have 2 raises. I have whatever raises. This is simultaneously how many things you can do in this round and your initiative.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yes. So at this point you would roll. Part of the reason why I said the die roller works on the sheet, because I was just using Thom as an example on the sheet, and out of a gross disgusting 11 dice, 3, 6, 5, 11 dice. For those of you, we use the online die roller, and I should have set up the window for it, but his result came up 9, 8, 8, 8, or well, the result I rolled here was 9, 8, 8, 8, 6, 5, 5, 5, 3, 2, 2, oh, and a 5. So one of those like 2s can get thrown away, and you'd make sets. The auto dice mechanic said, oh, you got a 66. It'll probably break out to 6 raises with a die or 2 left over. But that 6, that could be 1 die that's a 6. It could be 2 dice that are a 3 and a 3. I don't know.
So it doesn't know.
Gotcha. Okay,
And
I gotcha.
that's why it's difficult. I have found a Discord die roller that that breaks it out a lot easier and tells you how many dice you have left over and everything else like that. But for our purposes, if you want to do it that way, that's fine. But it won't tell you how many dice you necessarily have left over.
Gotcha.
So do we have?
I can grab my chest of dice from my other room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Is that okay?
All right. So do we have raises yet? Do we have somebody with a raise total yet?
I was just collecting my D10s. Okay.
You're like, oh my god, D10s.
Yeah.
So Matt, once again, I'm going to be rolling panache.
Mm-hmm.
So those are 3 D10s.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I'm going to be a werewolf again. I'm rolling D10s. We have
So it's
panache,
intimidate.
Gotcha.
So that's another 3.
Intimidate, another 3,
Then
and another.
You get 1 for flair, 1 for skill, and 3 because Soul threw a hero point your way.
Gotcha.
Yep. And I know this part's kind of dragging, but once we get, because honestly, this is the most complicated part of the system is rolling, figuring out your raises, moving the math rocks around to make groups of 10. Now, here's the thing. You don't have to hit exactly 10. If you go up to like 11 or 12 or whatever, it counts as 10. And
Okay,
that's that.
gotcha.
And if you need to use 3 dice to make 10, great. I've literally had somebody roll so bad one time they put together all 5 of their dice to make 10, and they had 1 raise, and by God, they were going to use that raise.
So, let's say we roll our dice for basically the encounter, and we use it for the entire encounter, or do we
scene,
sometimes?
Yes. I mean, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how this plays.
Okay.
I was. The dirty trick of this game system is, now that I know how many dice you rolled, I have a basic idea of how many raises worth of challenges you have here. So, and now I'm going to use these to my ruthless
2, 3
effect.
Okay.
Like, for example, what I will tell you at this point is this brute squad is a strength 6 brute squad. This first brute squad is a strength 6 brute squad, and it would help if I moved roll 20 back to the object layer. Cool.
Okay, I have 4 raises.
Cool. This brute squad, I am also going to make a strength 6 brute squad because I am not a nice person. The chain shot aimed at the main mast is going to be...
No!
Yep. The chain shot aimed at the main mast is going to be 2 raises. Retrieving the chest of great value before it sinks, I will make that 3 raises. Updating the ATC rudders, or grabbing the updated ATC rudders before they are ruined, I will say is 2 raises, because those are fun. And then for giggles, I have another that I'm going to reveal here in a minute.
Oh, I bet you it's a monkey.
You guys ready for a roll on my end?
So at this point,
Yes.
first off, who do we already have? Do we already have somebody with their raises figured out?
I have 4.
You have 4. Do you have any left over?
I've got 1 dice or a 5.
Oh, so you have 4 raises with 1 remainder, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I will buy that raise. I will buy that dice off you, and you will get a hero point. Now the trade-off to this is that I get a danger point, which is a DM version, which is a GM version of a hero point, which I can use for different things later on. Which
Marcus, sorry, Matt, you want me to tilt my camera down for you at all, or are you good?
I trust you. I have no problems. Just, look, hey, worst comes to worst, I can always just make things worth more raises.
I've got a 9 and a 2 for 1, a 10 for 1, a 4 and a 6 for 1, a 3 and a 7 for 1, another 3 and a 7 for 1, and a 9 and a 6 for 1. No dice remainder. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 raises.
6 raises. Good job.
Yeah, I think it's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it breaks out to just about. Alonzo. All right, and Kris.
I have 5 raises with 1 remainder.
You have 5 raises with 1 remainder. Would you like a hero point?
Yes, please.
Cool.
I would enjoy a hero point, and I would enjoy giving you Dane.
All right, awesome. And Soul, you said you're giving me 1, right? You're letting me buy it off?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Now, a common misconception that die does not like permanently go away. It's just you had leftovers. You can get hero points based on leftovers. I get danger points based on leftovers. Okay. So we've done a couple things here. First off, I have presented to you you have generated your raises. You have your approaches, which is what you're doing. And the raises are, well, as I said before, first off, each one of those raises allows you to mitigate one point from a consequence. It brings you, or it can bring you one step closer to an opportunity. It also, because of the way the rules work, it determines initiative order. So, for example, Alonzo at 6. Alonzo at 6.
And a quick question.
Yes.
Was I supposed to re-roll dice? Why is the re-roll?
If you have 3, if you have a skill of 3, this may have changed things. We'll handle it next. Whatever. If you have a skill of 3, you are allowed to re-roll 1 die of your die pool. Yeah. Don't worry. You've got a decent amount of raises right now.
Yeah, I don't think re-rolling would even get me anything. It would just give me extra dice that you might be able to buy off for more danger.
Really? Let's talk about that. No kidding. Hey man, how you doing? No. Hey. And don't worry, those will happen.
The answer to that is no. It wouldn't get me anything extra.
Gotcha. All right. So gotcha. So at 6 raises, Alonzo goes first. You are at this point. This is where we get into actions, and the action is basically, unlike other more crunchy systems, action. Think of action like the camera cuts to you as you do this. That's your action. Okay, that's that action, and you spend your raise, and it does a specific thing. For example, obviously there are brute squads. They want to pummel and inflict pain on you. If we get down to initiative brute, and those brute squads have strength left, that's what their consequences represent, they will deal their brute squad strength to one of you. Okay. Now, in true, going into the whole Pirates of the Caribbean thought, yes, you can stab them with a sword, but you can also throw a bucket at their face and knock them over the railing. For the case of brute squads, each point of a brute squad represents one of the random Disney guys that gets hit with a straw bale and Wilhelm screams. Yeah, exactly. They're the guys that you work through because they are not villains. Brutes are not villains. Villains are very specific. Villains are y'all's counterparts. And they can do all the things you can do except they're meaner. So yeah. So at 6 raises, Alonzo, first off, you were spending your hero point to remove the captain by bringing him down.
Do anything to get his attention first, or is this a
come hither is part of getting his attention is part of the come hither. Interesting. Yep. So
now, sorry, one more quick question about the system.
Well really, go ahead.
Is it essentially the amount of raises we have is what knocks down the numbers on the brute squad and such?
Yes. And as you will notice, there are more points of consequences and opportunities than there are raises that you have, which means as heroes you have to make choices. What is more important to you?
So my thought to grab the villain. I assume the captain is considered a villain in this scenario.
He is not.
Oh,
but
okay.
He can. But I am having him count it. He's effectively a brute squad of 1 that you're about to spend a hero point to come hither away.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, and the cool thing is that hero point spend for come hither does not remove any of your raises, so you still have whatever you need to do. Okay. So basically, narrate to me. Tell me how Alonzo removes this individual from the scene.
All right. So Alonzo is still kind of mid swing on his after his stand and deliver. He catches notice of the chain shot. Is there? I'd like to grab a sandbag or a bit of chum or something nearby to try to throw it to jam it to kind of get the captain's attention and attempt to lure him into a duel.
Okay. What I will say is this. Because you were attempting to tempt crew to manipulate the scene, it would cost you normally it would cost you 1 raise to do a thing, but if you're doing something outside of your approach, it costs you an additional raise. Plugging up the cannon would cost you an additional raise. Now, using the tempt to maneuver someone into bumbling over the locking the firing mechanism of the cannon, that's a you see what that's a temptation, and that would not cost you an extra raise. So what I would say is, if you wanted to do it like that, you could you're using the hero point to come hither him into another room, and one of your raises to reduce the complication of the chain shot by tempting one of their crew into the way of the firing mechanism.
Gotcha.
Ha ha ha.
Aha.
Aha.
So at that point,
you hoisted him on his own petard. So what that would work is you have eliminated the captain, and then I will freehand, because I do this sometimes. We're going to move that down to a 1. Okay. And that updated on y'all's sheet, right? Y'all see me scratch through the 2 and put a 1?
Yeah.
Cool. We are rocking and rolling. That brings us down to raise 5. Now, 5 is both Kris and Alonzo. You can decide who goes next.
Go for it, Kris. I'm busy with the captain right now.
Hey, you don't get in the way of that man's work.
That's right.
He's a professional.
Serious stabbing going on.
Right.
I think I want to now concentrate on the ATC rudders, and you said that they're packed up and they're there waiting for us to take.
No, the rudders are typically located in the captain's quarters or in the helm area, but to know specifically where they are, you might have to intimidate a couple of people to figure out where they are, which again would be part of your approach.
Right. Then that's what Kris is doing. He's kind of picking up one-handed with that strange arm, tossing back a few of the brutes and grabbing one and yelling, "Where are your rudders, dog?"
You notice a little bit of wet under your boot as he stammers out. That's a smell of victory. Yes,
it's one of them. It's one of them.
Right. He brought his yellow pants. Anyway, well, I mean, the thing is this, like, barnacle crusted, oversized. The way I had written is like there's like
steaming and smoldering
coming off his arm, which, by the way, you both of you know, like, there's rumors, there's talk aboard the ship that he made a deal with the Devil Jonah.
Ooh.
And how much Kris has shared with you about that is one thing, but I mean, you don't just show up one day with a smoldering arm and be like, "Yeah, nah, man, I got this at Walmart. Everything's great."
Yeah, I had it in the back. Right? It fell off the back of a truck. It's no big
back
deal.
of some truck. Okay. So, still at 5 raises, Alonzo gets to go again. I would say that you emerge from whatever room you put him in.
If I manage to lure the captain into his own closet and subdue him, would I be able to search his cabin real quick, see if that chest is in his room, since I've just handled the Capital?
Yes, if you wanted to move through the room, again.
That'll take a raise.
The thing is, like, noticing that it's in this room would take 1 raise plus the other for changing approach. Or you could tempt it out of him while he's in the room with you. You always think. See, the thing is, it's the approach is the mindset that your character is in. I am going to weasel information out of you one way or another. I'm going to put something in your way that you want and get the information out of you. That's tempt. So.
Gotcha. Okay. So I've got the captain somewhat subdued. We can kind of boot scene that one, but I kind of give him if we can let you out of this real easily, or we could do this the hard way. You want to tell us where that chest we're looking for is, or do you want to make this more difficult on yourself?
That's
more intimidation than temptation. Damn it!
I mean, but it's like, hey, you want to tell me this? Like, it's worth your time. We could be gone a lot faster. Like, you could be on your way.
It's know anything.
No, he kind of stammers out that there's, it's down in the hold with the woman. And then, speaking of, now that he fumbled out that information, I will reveal to you, because I am mean, I will reveal to you this little dot right there that I just put down on the page. As I move, a person is trapped below and will drown with 2 to your challenges. Because, as he says, the chest is down there with the woman. You do catch the faint sound of a woman yelling over, like, you could barely hear it over the din of battle on the quarterdeck, but down below you hear it. Not only do you hear it, you hear the rushing of water entering the hull of the ship. This ship is sinking. Y'all managed to put a couple of holes in the bottom that are not easily patched. And towards that end, we will move down to 4 raises. And because Kris and Alonzo have already gone before, I'm going to pass the camera over to Soul. And Soul is about to be like, oh, this is why duelists are scary. Because under normal circumstances, as you have seen, you would use a raise to negate 1 level of consequence, or work your way toward 1 level toward the opportunity. You, however, are a duelist. You are trained in the art of the sword. Ever since your father gave you this sword, you have been perfecting your art to find the 6-fingered man. This is literally, I see you laugh, but anytime John Wick talks about dueling, he always goes to the Inigo Montoya in the hallway scene, because this is what it was built for. You don't. When other people apply raises to fight brute squads, it's spent on a 1-for-1 basis. I spend a raise, I eliminate 1 level. You are a duelist. In Roll20, I included a handout entitled Duelist Maneuvers. That is specifically for you.
I see.
You have these abilities that you get for free as part of being a duelist. This works just like a gearbox in any Fast and Furious movie. In other words, when the camera goes onto you, you have to move away from what you did last turn. You have to upshift or downshift. You can't stay in the same gear, just like a Fast and Furious movie. And what I mean by you are hideous when it comes to fighting is like one of the style advantages is slash. You deal a number of wounds equal to your ranks in weaponry. Each one of those maneuvers costs you 1 raise.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see.
Also, if you look at your character sheet at the Sabbat style, because you are a duelist.
Sabbat.
Yes, you are a duelist of the Sabbat style, and their maneuver is the Sabbat Gambit, which replaces lunge with that ability, which is gross.
I see.
So you can spend a raise to perform an action. What would you like to do?
I think Sol definitely needs to take care of some of the goons first before working on that chain shot. So Sol de Gamberra will charge in, and I might as well go straight away with the big guns and try the Sabbat Gambit attack style.
Okay.
So
Let me, because I think Sabbat Gambit does not dump your raises, right? You wield a weapon, your lunge is replaced by Sabbat Gambit. You deal a number of wounds equal to... Okay, you can decide how many raises you spend on this. Okay, because lunge literally dumps your raises. So it's like a last stab. Okay, so yeah. So how many raises are you committing to this? And then you will deal your ranks and weaponry plus your finesse plus however many raises you hand over. So you're already at what, 7?
I'm already at 7.
So you have to commit 1 raise.
Yes. So I shall commit 1 raise right now. I shall commit 2 raises. 2 raises.
Okay. All right. I'll let you actually roll into the next squad with this. Say that they're close enough because there's been intimidation and tempting, kind of maneuvering them into position. You're going to burn 2 of your raises, so it brings you down to 2. And that is going to deal your finesse is 4 plus your weaponry of 3, so that's 7.
3.
And then you're doing 2 more, so 7, 8, 9, right? Into the brute squads.
So does Fencer apply in this a weaponry risk?
Fencing added a die to your die roll.
Okay. Yeah.
And if you didn't roll it, then we will next time. However,
I did. Yeah.
As I said, you'll deal. So it's 4 for finesse, 3 for weaponry,
Plus the
the 2 raises you burned, so that's 9. So you completely eliminate that brute squad. Bam, it's gone. And you tear into the next brute squad and cut it in half.
Yeah, I am ducking under legs, tripping them up, using the pommel to knock some fools out and tipping people over the sides.
That was precisely what I was about to ask, is how are you making this the worst day ever for the crew of the Promontory?
Well,
and that was...
maintaining my cool. I'm making sure I'm maintaining my cool in all of this, while telling my men to push forward.
Oh, okay.
Forward.
One thing that okay, good. I'll let this play for right now. Let's ride. Okay, so we are at 4 raises, and it is Kris or Alonzo. Who would like to go next?
I've got an idea.
I am all...
You mind if I go, Marcus? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, but...
Yeah. Okay. No, go right ahead.
Right, so hearing the faint screams under the deck, I've got a question. Would choosing to rescue the damsel in distress to help free her count as, even if it costs sacrificing the treasure, would that count for my revolutionary? Is that more like a personal sacrifice on my end rather than the goal?
So for the folks playing at home,
background.
Why don't you tell me what the revolutionary background, what the revolutionary quirk is?
The revolutionary background is a hero point if you make a personal sacrifice for the sake of liberty.
Well, I would say this: if you give up the treasure in exchange for freeing a person who is about to face almost certain death, you would be sacrificing a good deal of respect in the eyes of the crew, because this is a pirate ship and that's treasure. You would be making a personal sacrifice to make sure that person is free. So I would say so. Do you see what I'm saying? So you gain the hero point.
I will take that sacrifice. The crew can chew me out later. Cannot let somebody who is probably a prisoner drown, especially because I might be able to talk to the crew, say she might be valuable later. Might be some nobleman's order. We can get a reward for her. But really, I'm not. That would be a in post site thing, not in a current site thing.
Right.
So Alonzo is definitely thinking with his sword rather than his brains, and let's see, what can I do? So from direction-wise, it's essentially below decks, going out from the cabin, and then below deck through the central area.
Yeah. I mean, you managed to move from the captain's cabin and down into the hold. As you move into the hold, what I will say is you managed to work your way through that without an issue. Well, more to the point, you're going down to save the person. That has nothing to do with your tempt risk, or with your tempt approach. So what I would say is that you could spend 1 raise to change over, 1 raise to get to them, and then a raise to start trying to get them to rescue the rescuer.
With following through on this, could I use my dynamic approach with that, or no? You absolutely could, being as you just got a hero point back, and dynamic approach is an advantage that Alonzo has from having been a Jenny before, in that he can spend a hero point to change his approach during an action sequence without it affecting him. Alonzo is changing his approach from interference to retrieval. Excellent. So your goal is retrieval. It will no longer cost you bonus raises, and so instead of 3 raises, I will say it costs you 2. 1 to maneuver down to the person, and the other to start freeing them. And for giggles, I will make it not cost additional raises to continue to free them. So that brings you from 4 to 2. And that recovers 1
That makes 1 raise left.
I'm sorry, Trish.
Yeah. Okay. So that brute squad's eliminated, and that brings us Kris. You have 4. You are at 4 raises.
Oh,
Kris.
Marcus, I think, is
Marcus.
frozen. Yeah, the webcam's frozen.
It's be the devil Jonah.
Oh, yes.
Dragged him down to the deep. Back
You're
aboard the black
frozen.
freighter Caroline.
Dun, dun, dun.
Hey, I saw a green
Are
box.
you back? Are you back?
I think he's there. His camera might just be frozen. Marcus, I just need to leave and rejoin the call. See if that fixes it.
Yep, our webcams will temporarily shift, but then they'll go back.
Not if they.
I don't even know if Marcus can hear us.
Not if they know what's good for them, they won't.
There he goes.
We shall see.
He'll be back. They always come back.
Ah, I am now ViaVirtus.
Oh, well.
Now.
You run this show. I got this. All right. So, okay.
All right.
And did we bounce? Yes.
Oh,
We're back to where we need
did
to
it bounce back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're
Okay, cool.
get back in your chair.
Okay. Okay.
Get back in your dang chair.
Get back in your chair. All right. So we're at 4 raises, and
Yep.
you are up.
I want to get on rid of that chain shot. So
Okay.
that sailor I was intimidating, holding aloft on the smoldering arm, and chuck him towards it to knock it away, knock the aim from there.
Okay. So you said you're using the arm to.
Oh, the sailor I've got,
Mm-hmm.
I got in my grip when I was trying to find out where the rudders were. I'm gonna throw him towards the
launch him.
Yeah,
In an intimidating.
knock it to the side.
In an intimidating fashion, of course.
Of course, because I'm locking eyes with the rest of the brute squad that is looking at me do this.
You're next. All right. So that brings you down to 3. That actually eliminates you throw him, and here's what I'm going to say, because this I like this. You have the guy and you launch him at the cannon, and you were intending to knock the guys away and send them kind of scattering away from the cannon so that they didn't fire it, but you threw the arm in the moment that you threw this guy, this green fire from inside the arm sort of flares into this heat around your hand, and you just launch him. He goes moving and he hits the cannon, and you hear a bone crunching, sickening crack as he folds backwards over the cannon and pushes it out of position.
Yeah, wrenches it out.
Moved a cannon. Yeah, your arm just moved a cannon sideways. But it is no longer a problem. Now, at this point, 3 raises. You're still up, Kris.
Okay. Kris stares down at that flame, and I'm like, "You won't control me, damn you old salt bones." And I hide it a bit, but then I look up and catch the eyes of that brute squad. I say, "Now, kneel before you join your friend."
And how many raises are you wishing to use to negate the rest of the brute squad? Because I would say that you telling them to give up, that could convince them all to just stop fighting you. If you spent 3 raises, it would shut them all down.
Yep, I am. And so they have 3 left or 2 left.
That's
I'm
a
looking
3.
at my little tiny screen.
That's a 3.
That's it. Yep. I will knock out 3. I still gives me 1 left over, but those 3 are gone now.
No. You used on raise 4. You disabled the chain shot.
Oh,
that brought you to 3.
Disable the chain shot.
So you would use
that's it.
So you would use your 3. That's it for the thing, and you eliminate that brute squad.
Yep, that's
Okay.
it for me.
So down at raise 2.
Go ahead, Sol.
Oh wow, that actually is okay.
I see. Well, I'll give a little bow to Kris for their prowess. And I guess I shall go after the next target, which will be the rutters.
Okay.
Then.
As I recall,
We just lost Marcus.
Marcus again.
oh,
Take it away to Davy Jones' locker.
again.
Again.
All right. Are you dead, man?
You fine?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my my old pewter, which isn't that old at all.
I don't know.
So,
What we shall do is, you said you're going after the rudders, right?
yes, the rutters.
Okay. Well, you did, in the course of laying waste to the guys that had stood in your way, you did overhear the person that Kris was holding kind of croak out a basic location of where the rudders were. Because it is not part of your sorting approach, it would cost you 1 to change approaches and 1 to find the rudders.
Yes.
So, all right. So you...
Yep, I will.
Cool. So you spin the 1 and you have located the ATC rudders. They are... you go into the room and you're like, okay, rudders. I'm the boarding master. I don't know. You know what? They have a book that has lead covers on it in the captain's cabin. I'm going to look for one like that. And sure enough, hidden like under the chair of the captain in the captain's office is a book with lead covers front and back that's sealed with it's closed with a lead clasp. And you're like, huh. Yeah, that looks exactly like the book that's over there on our ship that's not sinking. So, what I will say is, for nothing, because you were the boarding master, and this is the kind of thing that you can do, you can command the brute squad. It will not cost. It's not going to cost you a raise to tell the brute squad what to go do. They can apply their full 6 strength to finding the chest, and getting it back aboard. Which, if you set them on, they will go do, because, as you know, Thom's already working on that other person. So.
Yeah, most definitely. I shall definitely yell at the crew to get the chest.
Get in there, you dogs.
Prize.
Right. So.
Find the gold.
Find the gold. The gold calls to us. Anyway, Thom, or Alonzo.
So Alonzo is kind of wading through the water as it's beginning to sink, trying to get this girl out. I assume once I cut her free, does that take a additional raise to get her out?
I would say, as you recall, I said that because of you using dynamic approach, I'm saying that rescuing the girl is your approach right now.
Understood.
So I would say that it is 1 raise to finish freeing the girl, and 1 raise to get you both out of there.
Okay.
It may not get you back to the deck of the ship, but it will get you out of promontory before it becomes a death trap.
Beautiful. Alonzo breaks her free, begins to drag her through the probably like knee-high water,
Right.
catches the brute squad as they're passing, and is like, it's back there, quickly!
Okay. So they begin to haul rear into the ship, diving down to get the treasure chest. Back on the quarterdeck, there is Soul, who walks out with the lead book, and there is Kris, who is looking about the deck, and you start noticing that water is coming up from holes, from gratings below decks. It looks like it is time to leave this ship. That said, as you're like, it's time to leave this ship, you notice that Alonzo comes up from below where the crew had just gone down with a woman. She's in like knee breeches, like brown pants, barefoot, kind of a baggy fencer's blouse, like just a kind of a loose flowing white shirt. Modest, but functional. And her hair is kind of cut to kind of right below her ears. Very close cut. And she's kind of sputtering as she's like kind of spitting water out. As I guess you're making your way to the ship. Yes?
Yep.
Thom? Awesome.
Yes. I found her in the brig along with the treasure.
Right. Soul and Kris, what are you doing?
Because I have no razors left. We've all got that stuff, and I've already told the brute squad to get the chest.
Right.
Yes. I would like to stay on the ship and wait until all the crew are off. So I will be the last one.
Okay.
I'll be just telling everyone off the ship, and giving it to one of the crewmates.
Nice.
As a
nice prop. Nice prop.
Yes.
So Kris,
If I'd gone for the treasures of the girl, I would have had this prop.
right? So Kris, Soul has told me that he is the last person off this ship.
Correct.
Is that what you're letting happen?
It's tough. My loyalty is
You know what?
It's Marcus is frozen again.
sorry.
There we go.
All right.
I don't know what's going on. It's been fine all day, and then suddenly it's
Maybe during the break you can like reset your internet or.
They try rebooting your router.
So what we'll do is the crew, the 5 members of the brute squad of the 6 that went down there are pulling the chest up and heaving it over the rails to get it on board ship. And that leaves one person. They're one person short. So one of you is like, where's so and so? I don't know who's trapped below right now. Tell me. Give me a name. Who's trapped below?
Little Georgie.
Little Georgie. All right. Little Georgie. Little Georgie is. You're like, where is Georgie? I don't see him. And they're like, little George, he be trapped under a beam. We couldn't get him out, and we had to get the treasure out, so we left.
Oh yeah, I'm diving.
Okay.
Heading down there for little George.
So what I would say is, because you are loyal, you're getting a hero point. Because you are sacrificing for the crew, or whatever the wording is, because that's very specifically why I gave you that.
Yes, yeah.
That is very specifically why I gave you that hubris. You receive a hero point when your hero goes back for a fallen comrade or refuses to leave a wounded ally, because you know in your soul what awaits someone who has been left to the deep, and you are not letting that ever happen. Now, fortunately, there's a slight problem. And that slight problem is the ship is entirely underwater when you get down there. So you don't really have a lot of... you have no raises left. So performing... So like holding your breath and swimming through, that's going to be a problem. Unless you had something that helps you underwater.
Right.
Like a tattoo.
Well, now the Mau fish tattoo, do I need any raises to activate that, or is
you
it
need a hero
just,
point to activate it?
Then I will use the hero point.
Awesome.
There it is.
And would that be the minor fish tattoo?
Yes, that's the one that'll
So
help me.
What happens with your awesome ass magic tattoos when you begin to dive under the water?
Right. Well, because it is a now were the tattoos also again separate?
Say that again. You froze for just a second.
Was the tattoos a gift from
they are different.
Jonah, or was it separate?
They are different.
Okay.
Where did you get the tattoos from? Clearly you've never been to not Singapore. So yeah, No. The arm came from the Devil Jonah. The tattoos came from Madame Winshin. So I didn't get audio there.
Oh,
Are we exploding? All right. So, well, here's what I will say. Just so we can get us. Just so we can get us moving. It is.
Right.
So you spend the hero point. The minor fish tattoo basically says you don't have to breathe for the rest of the scene because you are now a fish. The fish tattoo begins kind of dancing along your skin. Like, whereas it was maybe on your shoulder, it literally is like swimming around like Maui style as you go under the water, moving like, Waterworld looking swimming. You recover the man. You recover little Georgie, who is very thankful because the lungs full of air that you had that you didn't need can now go to him while you get him out. And everyone else, meanwhile, is watching a couple of things happen. First off, you're watching Promontory sink below the waves as the water pulls it down. You're watching the bubbles come up and wondering to yourself what kind of madman would dive back in after someone trapped in a beam, only to very shortly among the bubbles see Kris pop up with little Georgie in arm, and y'all throw out lines and bring him in. As that happens, the captain takes a boarding axe to the latch of the boarding crew cuts the boarding lines to Promontory so that it's no longer attached. And Captain Hollinson, who is rumored to have been a former ATC man, takes a boarding axe and breaks the lock of the rudders, flips it open, goes through page after page after page after page before finally settling on a page kind of in the middle of the book. And under his breath, but close enough that y'all can hear him, he says, of course, Brothers Rock. Helm, set course, and he gives he rattles off the nautical commands, and as the ship begins to get underway and the sails begin to drop, canvas pops out and goes taut. We will go to break so that we can address the internet.
Yes.
And also so that we can...
Jonah net.
The Jonah net. And also so that when we come back, we will arrive at Brothers Rock and what awaits us there. So we will go to intermission, and we will be back. And we are back. I believe. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, couple things I'm going to do here, or clear my drawings. Bam. It's like magic. All right. So, where we are is we come back to the ship approaching its destination. The sun has come up. It's a beautiful day on the water. The captain and the helmsman, a marcher, aka not Scotland, by the name of Cormac. They've both been scouring this rudder, because part of a ship's rudder is all the awesome navigation information. The other part of it is that they are usually encrypted, and it takes people kind of knowing how to break the code to make it work. You've got yourself a little bit of time before we hit before we get near the island itself. Is there anything you're doing, anything you're following up on, anybody you want to interact with prior to approaching the island, which will be its own set of fun?
Alonzo would like to attempt to get some information out of this girl while she was trapped below.
Okay. You head down to the stateroom. Give me a second. Whole break, they didn't bark at all. Anyway, they were being good doggos. Anyway, so you head down, or you head to the captain's cabin, who Hollinson gave up his room for her while we're underway. She's not under guard. She's been free to move about the quarterdeck, move about the ship. Certain areas she's of course been not allowed to, like the powder magazine and the treasure hold. But you enter the room, and she's reading a book, and she's alternating reading a book and staring wistfully out the back windows on the aft of the ship. When you open the door, she looks up, and her eyes brighten a little bit, because after all, you saved her. And she takes a moment, and she says, I never thanked you for helping me free of that horrible ATC alien. I owe you my life. Is there something you wish me to speak on?
I simply wish to know how you came to be captured. For what purpose?
Captured was not the right term. I believe I was bartered. The captain of that ship was a dreadful man. I am glad to be rid of him. I am glad to have them where they are. You can notice a hint of bitterness in her voice as she says it. And she says, I do not understand what happened. I know that I was in San Sancha trading with my husband, and then we were set upon. I do not know what became of my husband, but I do know that when I woke up, I was below deck of that ship, and we were on our way. I don't really know where we are.
Well, your captors, oh shoot, sorry, what's Marcus's role again? I'm sorry.
He is the bosun.
The Bosun. If Bosun tells the truth correctly, they are certainly in the certainly not a nice place. They certainly are getting what they deserved.
I have heard many bad things about the Atabean Trading Company. I will not mourn their passing. But the only thing, she starts to look a little troubled. She says, the only thing that I once attempted to escape them, to flee when they stopped at an island to take on fresh water, and when my struggles resulted in the injury of a number of their crew, the captain did say something about, and she starts kind of idly fiddling with the with her arm. Says he said something about only needing the arm, and if we knew what was best for us, we would. If I knew what was best for me, I would maintain decorum, propriety. It's hard to say, and she rolls down her arm. She rolls down the sleeve. She rolls down her whole arm. No, she rolls down the sleeve, and on her forearm, very similar to how Kris has his tattoos, is a small glowing mark, a symbol of sorts. And it I don't have this as any kind of handout or anything in Roll20. It's a series of dots and lines that looks like this. Can we see? Do we see? Is good?
Yep, we see.
All right.
We see well.
All right. I wasn't sure if stream could see, whatnot. I am audible at this. Yes, you can see. It's very nice.
Yes.
It's very nice.
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, I have an answer.
Looking at the thing, the need to know technology section, there's a whole thing on astronomy. Does that symbol match any constellations that we know of at all?
You're not really a sailor. But I will say that over the course of the next little bit, you pass that along to virtually any other member of the crew. You basically picked the one naval background character, because you've got somebody who's actually
I'm just a long ride.
Yeah.
Or perhaps many rides. It depends.
You have your reasons why you're in the water, but so at any rate, it doesn't necessarily mean anything to you, but it might later. But that's the piece. That's the piece. She doesn't really have any other relevant. I mean, she's definitely glad to hear the voice of another Montaigne. She strikes you as being from the upper class. The thing about, I mean, you're both covered in sea spray and sea smells, but the thing about Montaigne is that Montaigne is not France. It is specifically not France, right on the edge of the first French Revolution. It is a place of staggering, dizzying heights and crippling, depressive lows. There is no middle class. There is the let them eat cake, and there is the cake. What is cake? So. Your background, the background that was provided with the pregen, you came from the bottom, sort of. there's a longer story there I'll let you play with. But she very much seems like aristocracy, gentry, some of the more affluent individuals.
Interesting. Interesting. So I would definitely pass on that. I would definitely pass on the information about them needing her arm, and I would describe the symbol specifically to the captain, Captain Halson, and to Kris.
Right. Okay. So
maybe Kris might know about the magic, and the captain is probably something he might need to know.
Right. So what he showed, what Alonzo shows you does not immediately jump to mind, but after looking at it for a couple of seconds, the addition of 3 extra lines turns it into a chalice. And you do recognize the chalice. You know exactly where the chalice is, and you know exactly what bearing the chalice is. And I believe that there's at least one of you with Adabayan. There's an advantage entitled Adabayan Trader or Adabayan Traveler. You know a number of different things that have something to do with the Adabayan Sea, up to and including there is at least one port that is very strongly connected to the Maiden's Chalice is what it's called. It's a sign, just a navigational star sign. It's interesting information, and it is useful at some point in the future. Is there anything else anyone is wishing to do prior to us moving out to Brothers Rock?
No, I'm just kind of processing the new crew and kind of
right.
Doing my usual speeches to say, like,
right.
These are your new brothers and sisters. Depending upon their loyalty, treat them as your own family. And I'm checking up on little Georgie, and I have Big Georgie, who is a capuchin monkey, on my shoulder.
I dig it. So
I like it. And I shall be your enforcer during this, whipping them into shape to meet the standards of our combatants.
What I will say is, by and large, they all seem to be chill. After all, you beat them, and they decided to come over and jump ship and sign articles. So therefore, they are willing to listen. A couple of the Marines, their boarders, when they know that this is Sol de Gamberra, they avoid eye contact. They don't want his attention, because and the thing is this: you guys have sailed with Sol enough to know that he had a past, and he had a pretty violent past, and why there are crews that are way more violent than the crew of the Zephyr that Sol would have been a perfect fit for, but yet he chose the Zephyr for whatever reason. Why? That's his reason. But still, we all come to hear with stories. So at any rate, you, the day passes. The treasure is opened, and it takes up one of your ship's 4 cargo slots. Wealth functions, money in this game is really more a function of this mechanic they have called wealth, which is basically, if you want to go buy a tankard of ale, you get a tankard of ale. If you want to go find a new basic sword to replace your basic sword, that's fine too. Worst case scenario, something really expensive like a full suit of amazing armor might cost you 1 wealth, which at the beginning of every episode it's assumed you basically have 1 wealth unless I tell you otherwise. Like just basic coin, get a tavern, get a room, that's handled. You're heroes. You're above that junk. You're above micromanaging your money. Also, additionally, maybe should have mentioned this in combat, but it doesn't necessarily matter. If you notice, you don't have an equipment section. And that is because you're heroes. You wouldn't travel into a dungeon without ropes. You wouldn't travel into a ballroom without wearing the right clothes unless you were specifically going there not wearing the right clothes. These things are assumed handled. So in the case of combat, you're assumed to have a sword or maybe a pistol or maybe both, or a spear, or a big metal poker, or a fish, or whatever assists you in doing the thing you need to do. The only exception to that is in the case of duelists, where duelists style, their school, they learn to train with a specific weapon. So if Sun were to use any of his other dueling maneuvers, he could use those with any weapon he picks up ever. But if he was specifically using the Sabbat Gambit, the Sabbat style calls for a heavy saber. So to use the Gambit, he would have to have a saber. He would have to have a heavy saber. Beyond that, he can literally fight. I have literally conducted duels where the duelist was using a beer stein. A beer stein to slash, a beer stein to riposte, a beer stein to just... It works.
I like it.
A beer stein to parry is amazing, by the way. Like, haha, nope. At any rate, that's usually the first question that I've seen happen during games is people are like, okay, well, what do I have on me? It's like, well, what would you have on you? Like, it makes no sense that you go cave diving and you're like, we forgot 10 feet of rope. So I'm covering that in advance for reasons. So as you are nearing Brothers Rock, it does not take long before your man in the crow's nest, or your woman in the crow's nest, because anyone can do this, yells, "Sails! 7! It looks like a blockade!" Yes. It does not take you long for everybody to reach for their handy dandy little telescopes that they all just manage to have because they have them. And sure enough, there is a blockade around Brothers Rock. Brothers Rock is a fairly decent sized, not a horseshoe, more like a cashew, like kind of a 45-degree angle. And in that little shallow bay, or around that little shallow bay, is a picket line of ships. They are apparently trying to stop anyone from getting to this bay. There are also patrol ships on the outside of that, kind of like sailing around. However, the Hollinson does say that there are a number of small inlets that if we can slip into, we could probably hide the ship. Was that a hand up? Did you need to speak with the class?
If we need to sneak past, perhaps a distraction may be in order. Is it perhaps possible to set up a brullo?
Say again?
A brullo, a fire ship.
We would have to have a second ship to set it on fire because I really don't think we would like to set our ship on fire.
Like a spare, small rowboat or something we can even send out.
No. We could potentially do that, yes. One thing I will direct your attention to is, just like all good science fiction shows, the ship is a character. And if you look on the ship tab, you will see the Zephyr along with her backgrounds. Your ship, just like you, has a history. Your ship, just like you, has things that it has been known for, that it has done. Zephyr happened to have started as a pirate hunter, which gives it explosive die rolls against pirate ships. And then it had some things occur in its history. One of the things that occurred, if you go down just a little bit, you will notice that it is a smuggler queen. Your ship is a blockade runner and a smuggling vessel. Also, captured by pirates is a fun one too. But in the case of this smuggler queen, it has the ability to navigate through a blockade for the expenditure of a hero point. And for the record, normally a ship will start with only one background. If you get a chance and you go back and you look at each one of the characters, any of the characters that have the married with the sea advantage, or the married to the sea advantage, contributes an extra background to the ship. So, yeah. And not only that, down toward the bottom, this is the other cool thing that I like about the ships. And since part of this showcasing the game, ships have these things called, basically they have achievements. Like Xbox, everything else. It's called adventures. So like you sink a pirate ship, that's an adventure, and it does a specific thing for your ship. So I didn't give it any adventures because this was really quick and I didn't want to give y'all too many abilities. What? Save the world by rolling 2 on a 10-sided die. Done. I win. Didn't want to do that. But I will say that this ship is a smuggler queen. The crew is no stranger to slipping blockades. And the reason I mention that is because it is right down the alley of your crew to have suggested something like, why don't we set up a flaming rowboat and send it around, and while they're distracted, we go somewhere else. So it's exactly, Tom, it's exactly that thinking. That's why I was like, yeah, your ship's a smuggler queen. Like, your ship is designed to do this. So at any rate, yeah, definitely. In fact, I'll give you that. I will give you a hero point for that, and I will simultaneously then use it on your behalf to activate the ability.
To get that.
Right.
Okay. That's cool.
Unless you just really wanted to keep it and be like, nah, we'll just figure a way in. Anyway.
I could be a selfish bastard, but nah.
Right. So at any rate, we, y'all rig up a diversion. Aha, the old 42. That's what we're doing. And you manage to, are you going in under cover of night, or are you trying to do this in broad daylight?
I think we should at night.
I will note that the ship's background does not specify that you need to do it at night. So you'd be like, yeah, it's at noon. Why not? We're just going right in. No, okay. No. So, but no, slipping in does let you avoid them sighting the mast if need be and whatnot. So,
did we capture any fireworks from not China? Maybe we could set it on the rowboat and.
I am certain that you've probably got some stuff around to, if nothing else, set a distraction. Gunpowder does work great, even just as a. It's weird. It's like gunpowder works. So yeah. We're gonna. Y'all set up the distraction, y'all send it over, and amid the chaos of a detonating, flaming boat, little dinghy, making its way toward the ships, it doesn't pull them out of position, but it definitely distracts the it definitely distracts the crews long enough for you to slip basically unmolested past the blockade.
Excellent.
Yep. Now, you managed to pull into a small port, or a small little inlet. Just kind of tuck the ship in. It's gonna be a little challenge to get it out, but you were confident that the crew is capable of doing it. You know, go gosh, we've never gotten out. Never gotten out of tough situations before. So, Hollinson at this point calls the command staff, of which you three are part of, into his quarters where the lady is. She is, of course, given her name as Sophie. She just gives her name as Sophie. She does not give any other name than that. And at this point, Hollinson points out that he says, all right, here is what we are dealing with. The symbol on this woman's arm is consistent with the chalice. At first, Cormac and I believed that it would be something to do with the stars. But instead, it seems to be tied to the it seems to be tied with a symbol here at Brothers Rock. We will need to maintain vigilance here on the ship. We will need to send a small boarding crew into the interior of the island. I will provide a small map to get you to the structure that you will need to get into. Obviously, get to the structure, find the object inside. I do not know what it will look like, but from everything that I am reading here, we will know it when we see it. It is vital for activities back home in Augusta. From there, we can once we get it back home, we can give it to the appropriate people, and it will make our passage a little easier. So, I need the three of you to go. Very simple, in and out. After all, what could be the worst that happens? Is there any other... He goes over to his desk and begins kind of scrawling a very loose pirate map, sort of. It's done in pirate map style.
Okay.
With an X and dashed lines. But he passes the map to you along with an image of that chalice. As I said before, that's the Maiden's Chalice. So, at this point, you manage to slip in. It's still under the cover of night, or are you waiting for the dawn to start trekking through light jungle or medium jungle?
We should at least reach the shore under the cover of night, if we can.
Okay.
Yes, I think at night time we should embark.
Okay.
The first leg.
Good. So the three of you, the rest of the crew stays on board because they're starting to work out between themselves and the captain and the sailing master, like how to extricate the ship so that y'all can leave as soon as possible once the three of you get back. You get onto the beach, no worries. You begin to work your way into the interior of the island. Eventually working your way to the interior of the island turns to hacking your way through the interior of the island. And finally you come to, we screen wipe, a little bit of decorative music, and you arrive at a 3-tiered ziggurat, one of those 3-tiered step pyramids, that is basically completely overgrown with foliage. It's no wonder you didn't see it from the water. And there is a stone door with a symbol relatively similar to the Maiden's Chalice there, with some moss kind of overgrowing it. You manage to kind of brush it all away and find, oh yes, there are actually the spots. What I will say is, any of you with sailing, which it should basically be all of you, what I would say is, we're going to do this. We're going to do it this way. This is going to be a little bit different than what we did before. Before was what's referred to as an action scene. Very organized, very straightforward. What we are going to do now, so we're going to move into what's referred to as a dramatic sequence. And this dramatic sequences can be anything from, delving into a dungeon, to something as convoluted as setting up a month-long romantic leading up to an interlude between two lovers that you have spent literally months orchestrating. The beauty of a dramatic sequence is that it can literally represent 5 minutes of time, an hour of time, or a year and a half of time. Whatever would take, this represents the maneuvers that you would make to achieve the end that this dramatic sequence is gunning for. So towards that end, you are entering a ziggurat, a dungeon, for lack of a better phrase. What are you looking to do? Basically, you're looking for your approach. How is your character approaching getting into this tomb and recovering the idol? I can offer suggestions if you get a little stuck, because this is, just like with the action sequence, how things don't quite line up to traditional TTRPGs. Like, dramatic scenes are a little fuzzy. Like I've literally seen dramatic scenes of, like, I'm going to shout out a podcast that I've listened to before, where, like, one guy is sneaking into a slave camp while the other guy is literally going in pretending that he's a ranking officer and trying to, like, break out the pirate crew while also identifying these two people that are, need to be eliminated. And it's very kind of fudgy, wibbly wobbly.
Yeah. I think for Kris, he's going to be heading in as of course being loyal, looking out for his companions, but he's also maybe at the back, so they don't quite notice that he is listening to the arm. You know, that something in here must be of magical intent, and it's kind of guiding, and so he's using that sense of like, if there's anything esoteric or mystic, he's letting it lead the way.
Okay.
More.
Okay. What I will say is, okay. And to give you an idea, this sequence does function basically the same way as an action scene, except there's no initiative, and I'm not laying out consequences and opportunities in advance. It's sort of like as they pop up kind of deal. But we do still set up approaches and die pools. I would say that this is a I would say you're leaning more toward like wits and notice.
Wits, yeah.
I would say wits and notice, because you're kind of feeling around for like, where are we going? What are you trying to do with me? What are you trying to do here, buddy? So I would say that would be your approach, kind of wits notice.
Okay.
And in addition to that, go ahead and do flair and skill. So
okay,
wits dots, notice dots, +1 for flair, +1 for skill.
Gotcha.
Do we have another approach?
I think Gamberra will be taking a slow and careful approach. An eye and ear out for everything ahead. Testing the ground, twice over before a foot forward.
Okay.
Type of approach.
Okay. So, kind of a cautious
Yeah.
advance.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say maybe trying to stay as light on your feet as possible.
Yeah.
You know what, this is going to sound weird, but go with it. Because you already said, you're being cautious, you're testing the floor, trying to be as light on your feet as possible, which of course you have perfect balance and sea legs. So it would make sense that you're dexterous and nimble to maybe move out of the way of something that happens. So what I'm going to do, and this is a weird going out of left field, but I'm going to go with it, is finesse notice. Because you're like gingerly kind of testing things, checking things. It's literally you're poking around.
Yeah. Okay.
So again, I would do finesse notice. We'll do flair and skill as well.
Okay.
So you see, so it doesn't have to necessarily be line.
Yeah.
So Alonzo. We have two people who are noticing the hell out of things. What are you doing?
Alonzo is a little eager to make up for his putting his comrades in danger by choosing the girl over the treasure, even though the girl did get us closer to this treasure. So Alonzo is ready to break this treasure free from its imprisonment, so to speak. So I think my approach would be to try to use theft here, to be ready to break it out and get it nimbly.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that you're not being dramatic about it. You're not trying to think it through. You're just trying to get access to things. So yeah, I would definitely go with, say, a finesse theft. Yeah, I would definitely say finesse theft, and again, flair and skill.
So that is.
So that'd be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. And now what we're gonna do is this. You're going to what you're going to do is, if you're, are any of you going to put hero points on this, or are y'all going to hold off on some of this until you see where we are? Because to give you an idea, in an action sequence, we would potentially be doing additional rounds. In a dramatic sequence, like, the pool that you generate is how you're going to be able to address an issue, you know. So do you spend hero points? Do you hold off unless you may need to exploit some things? Do you fail?
Alonzo, unfortunately, does not have a hero point to spend, so he will be going with his 7 dice as he is.
You've been busy being a hero, man.
I shall hold on.
You're muted,
wait.
Marcus.
I'm gonna hold on to the one I got and see if I need that for something.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and generate raises, and we will see where we are with that.
And there are no rerolls on this one because
because your skill is only 2. You're not doing rerolls on this one.
So I got this is unfortunate. But
I've got. Oh. I have 4 raises and 1 left over.
Okay, give me just 1 second here.
And Marcus has vanished again.
No!
the devil Jonah has captured.
No, I don't. I said his name.
You know what it is? I'll tell you. You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. It was Big Georgie. Big Georgie, little monkey. He stole.
Yeah.
He stole our Marcus away. Okay.
Georgie,
So, Soul, you had how many?
4 with 1 remaining.
4. How would you like a hero point, buddy?
You know what? Sure. I'll take
Okay.
one.
I will let you. You have a hero point, and I will get a danger point. And Kris, how many raises did you get?
I got 4 with 0 remaining.
4. Hey, buddy, how about I buy those no remainders off you? No. And Alonzo, where you at? Alonzo, where are your raises?
Alonzo was a bit unfortunate today. He only has 3, but he does have 1 remaining.
Hey, Alonzo, buddy, oh pal. How would you?
Alonzo shall take the gamble.
Okay. I would just like to take a moment here to just let you know that's a healthy stack right there.
Alonzo may be regretting that decision.
That's 2, 4, 6, 7 of them. That's thank you. So what's the worst that could happen? Anyway,
That's right.
So
Indiana Jones Boulder is Alonzo's prediction.
sorry, say that again.
Indiana Jones Boulder.
Oh, come on. That would be so cliche. Why would so cliche? Anyway, it's not gonna be a boulder, it's gonna be just a giant rock. No kidding. All right. So, in front of you is the stone door. In front of you is the stone door, and you see the inscription of the chalice. There seems to be some small little toggles, switches that sort of rotate between the different little holes where the stars were. How would you like to proceed? Because right now there's a big stone door, and the little holes and little toggles around between each hole.
Square toggle. Sorry. One more time?
Okay, so you've got the big stone door, right?
Right.
Right next to the big stone door is a very rough layout of the Maiden's Chalice. There are very obvious holes And between those holes, there are, like, some of them have little lines that go between the stars, or between the holes. Some of them have a line, but they're, like, off kilter. Like, here would be the 2, and this is like this instead of like that, like it should be. So how would you like to get past this stone door?
Is Sophie with us, by the way?
No, she was not going with, she was staying on board the ship just in case. One thing that now here's the thing. Here's where we deviate from RPG norms here. Your raises are story manipulation tools. You are not asking my permission to do something. You're telling me how it works. So, for example, I'm presenting you this stone door, and there's the thing to the side of the stone door. You guys are telling me how we're getting past that. As the writers, as the people telling your character's story, how are we getting past that?
I got something, but I'll let you. Let's see what we got.
My initial thought was maybe trying to manipulate the holes, but if Sophie was with us, to see if her arm reacts at all to it.
I kind of like that.
Okay. Do you want Sophie to be with y'all? I mean, I got an idea. You want Sophie to be with you? Spend a raise, and Sophie's with you. And then you can tell me if her tattoo reacts to it.
I like this idea. I'm spending one of my raises.
Awesome. Sophie was with you the whole time. And not only was Sophie with you the whole time, Alonzo gets the idea to manipulate those little toggles, and once they line up matching her tattoo. Now, here's the question. Do you line them all up matching her tattoo, or do you line them all up matching the Maiden's Chalice? Because remember, her tattoo was missing 3 lines. If you need the reminder, the red lines were not part of the tattoo.
Yeah, my thought is if the captain noted that her arm was the key, that's what we should be following.
Okay. So you connect the lines that are supposed to be connected, and then the red lines you leave disconnected, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens to the tattoo? What do you want to have happen to the tattoo?
We noticed it was faintly glowing before.
It was faintly glowing, yes.
I think this is where the faint glow would start to hum, and parallel to that, the diode itself would start to hum and glow the same color of like a faint green. Then after a few moments, then the hums, it no longer dims and glows. It's a constant glow. And now a nice, bright emerald green.
I like it. All right, and as you line it all up, her arm kind of begins to glow. There's that humming that occurs as the stone door moves aside. In fact, for giggles, just because I like how it always works, the stone goes down.
Okay.
Somebody's using a piston block under there, but all right. So at this point, you proceed down. There's a pathway into a larger chamber. The tattoo is actually not fully illuminating this room, but it's providing some illumination. And in here, you see the basic trappings of old wicker baskets, some stone vases, and a ladder heading down. So, how would you like to proceed? Is there anything you want to do in here? Anything you'd like to find in here?
I think I'd want to start checking the vases, see if we find. I don't think we'll see the idol, but we might see if we can find anything else of value, either gems, gold.
Ancient artifact.
Yeah.
An offering.
So does somebody who? Oh well, you know.
I think it would fall into my theft goal, and that might be a thing to spend a raise on here.
Okay, yeah. What I will say is that between all of the different little pots and baskets and everything else, you manage to secure what the hell? We'll say 2 wealth worth of gems and precious materials. And yeah, that does sound like a lot, but it also costs to maintain a crew because they could become mutinous if they're not paid. So you do manage to find a lot of really valuable stuff, but you also are like, this would definitely go to offset crew costs. Right.
I accept this.
All right. So is there anything else y'all want to do here? Or y'all want to keep moving?
I think we should delve down deeper.
Okay. So who's going to go first? Just for giggles.
I think I shall.
Cool.
Yes, I shall delve first, testing the rungs before I put my full weight on them.
Awesome. They are very rickety. They are very, very... that's really... Man, being a hero is so cool. Going down rickety ladders. So great. You managed to make it down without too much of an issue, but it is... every single rung was an adventure. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough.
So, who's going to go down next? There's the two of you, and there's Sophie.
How does it look down there?
Dark. Well,
yes.
At the moment, it looks dark, unless it doesn't look dark.
I think a torch would be of use. I'll light a torch just to see what's down here.
Okay. Oh. Has somebody been keeping track of raises? Has somebody been marking off raises? Or have y'all been marking off raises?
I think so.
I was hoping marking off on the sheet here for you.
You're my hero, because I've been looking straight. I've just been looking at y'all's faces on the Discord. But yeah, if y'all can,
Takes a hero point.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Get a hero point, man. Thanks.
Hey.
Don't worry. I got plenty. It's good. All right. So yeah. There's a torch. Everything's good. Because of course y'all remembered to bring torches. Because what dummy goes into a dungeon without a torch? Anyway.
Yeah. What do
I play dwarves all the time. I don't know. Anyway, trust me, I was sad during Middle Earth, and there was no dwarves for me to play. All right. So at any rate, all right. So who's next down the ladder?
Well, I think Sophie should go.
Yes, Sophie seems to be our mind canary in this case with her arm. She may be able to find other things.
Okay. So Sophie begins to descend the ladder, and I'm going to spend a danger point as one of the rungs of the ladder gives way, and she tumbles to the ground. Wait, that was but wait a second.
Because I am trying to keep a cautious eye out, and one of our companions is, I do not know their skills. I was waiting below the ladder, hoping no danger would happen, but in this case it does, and I shall try and catch her. I catch her.
Brilliant. You spend a raise and you catch her, and yes, this is what is lovingly referred to as the "wait a second, Grandpa, you're telling it wrong" rule. No, I got this. That's why we have raises. All right, so Yeah. So what I will say is, rather than sit here and throw danger points at every single rung of the ladder, that's my moment. And you guys are like, oh, we're gonna maybe try to be lighter when we go downstairs next to the ladders next time. And the other two of you make it down without incident. And in this room is it's a substantially larger room because again, the weirdest thing is it was a 3-tiered ziggurat, but like it wasn't a very tall one. It was like 3 tiers. This one actually, you arrive on a landing that overlooks a sunken recess. So it would effectively make it 4 floors. So there's like 1, 2, 3, and then below it.
So like a recess in the structure, not like a ship just sitting there. Okay.
No, it goes under. It goes into the dirt some.
Gotcha.
There are primitive icons lining the walls. Part of what bothers you is some of these images have silver wiring, like wire that has literally been, silver that has literally been, bent and stretched so much that it's down to wire.
It seems like a trip.
And it's something that you've seen silversmiths do in Théah, but it's really, really unheard of here. And these are at geometric angles. Like we're talking 90-degree angles, which even in Théah, like you're not gonna land a 90-degree perfectly every time. And this is, for lack of a better phrase, it looks like circuitry. Your character just don't understand circuitry, but it looks like circuitry.
If we combined my allies' noticing abilities with my theft, could we perhaps disarm or disrupt whatever this is?
Well, I guess the first question is, is this actually a trap? Or is it merely really bizarre architecture?
That is true.
Well, it may be true, but what is it?
Oh, sorry. I thought that
Is it a trap or is it architecture?
Contemplating.
It sounded like it was going to be like some sort of like tripwire system setup, but I may have been misinterpreting what was.
No, it's not like tripwires. It's like imagine Incan sculptures in a wall or like images carved into a wall, but like within that wall is like silver.
Okay, like, so it's not like silver. It's not like
accents.
So it's not like silver threads connecting to the statues. I got you now. I was misinterpreting that.
It seems, like I said, even among Théan artisans, like this shouldn't be in something this old. You have heard, and Sophie kind of gasps it under her breath, but you've heard legends about an ancient race of people known as the Cerneth who existed before, who were here before us, kind of deal.
I know this is from first edition.
What they wanted, what their objectives were, no one really knows. But they left these kind of objects, these kind of places laying around. They left objects laying around who each had varying abilities and powers. Some of them actually had powers. So the question that we have would be, are these a trap or are these just art?
I think they can be the same, a trap and art.
Oh, so are you attempting to bypass said trap? As we said, there's between notice and theft.
If it is circuitry, perhaps we could jam it. I have a few throwing daggers I keep on me just in case we need to strike something from a range. I could jam it in, perhaps disarm it.
So you're saying break up the pattern?
Break up the pattern.
Okay.
Worst comes to worst, someone to keep a board nearby to hit me from the electricity. Is it exhausting?
Okay. So you're spinning a raise on theft to disrupt
Disarm.
this. Right. All right. And you know what? You disrupt it, and it you hear this. There is a temporary little hum that then fades after you pop it after it pops out some of the filigree, and at this point you get a little bit better look into the lower area of the chamber, and there is in fact a kind of a stone table with again kind of that same motif around the base of the pedestal of that altar, that stone table. And sitting right in the middle of that stone table is a bunch of like herbal sachets around I would say maybe a 2-foot tall statue made of gold, pure gold, with gems in the eyes. I would again say, since you led into the whole emerald thing, there are emeralds set into the eyes. And I lie. There are rubies set in the eyes, but along the arms are like small crystals of emerald, like long emeralds, that should not be possible to have obtained like that perfect cut. All of these gems are pristine. They're cut at impossibly good angles. Your thievery, your theft. In fact, any of you with theft or scholarship are just blown away by the accuracy of this, the intricacy of this, of the craftsmanship of this, and apart from that, again, there's baskets and barrels and a couple of old primitive stone weapons, 2 or 3 things that look like they could be weapons, but you've never seen them used, so you wouldn't exactly know how to use them, and anything else that's in the room. So clearly, this idol matches the description that your boss gave you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you said there's more of that silver filigree around the base of this.
Yeah, it's the same artistic style of the carvings with the inlays. So,
potentially, probably another trap device.
More intricate. Well, I'm going to start tracing the circuits with my right hand.
That's the cursed hand?
Yes.
You know what? At this point, I'm going to spend another danger point.
I wanted you to.
As I'm spending another point as the closer that arm gets to the silver, it starts to, like, your arm normally smolders. It's just sort of what you've gotten used to, but like the palm of your hand is actually starting to smoke and sear.
Question. I know it is usually a personal benefit, but may I use my spend a hero point to slip free to aid an ally instead? To help break him free from this circuit.
He's not. He hasn't touched it yet. He's just putting his hand toward. As he's getting closer, the hand that's part of your devil's bargain is recoiling from it in kind of the same way that, like, I don't know, like you're to throw holy water on a vampire kind of deal. Like it does not want to touch this stuff.
Interesting. Okay, my mistake.
Like it's smoking and burning, but you're not necessarily feeling it yet. Like you're feeling the heat, but
The reaction.
yeah, but it's not like burning you, causing injury.
And
Which
there's
it should be.
If I'm tracing around it, is there areas that are the smoldering dies down a touch, or is it the
No.
complete? The complete.
In fact, the longer you hold your hand to it, it actually starts to hurt you more. So, so what I will do at this point is you will take 2 wounds. And the sheet doesn't really do the death spiral. I say the death spiral. It's not really how it works. Well, this gets a little wonky because what you're going to do is up at the very top of your sheet, it's got wounds and dramatic wounds. And so the way that this works is every 4 wounds you take, your next wound, so your 5th wound, would become a dramatic wound. Regular wounds are basically fatigue. They're like you getting out of the way, you kind of sweating a little bit extra. Dramatic wounds are where you bleed, and you bleed obviously. And when we get to a dramatic wound, I will tell you about how dramatic wounds are just flat out amazing. But we'll get there. Yes, I like hurting people in this game because it makes hurting people makes you better. Okay, so. So yeah, as you hold your arm there, like the arm is starting to actually try to pull away from the stone. So in fact, so much so that you would need to spend a raise at this point to keep your hand near it. As you're like going, no, because your arm is physically trying to do that whole that get away from it. Like your arm is trying to get away from anything that is trying to keep it there. And you guys are seeing this, by the way. You're seeing his arm like visibly trying to bend his elbow and get away from the thing, and he's holding it there.
He's like a man possessed.
Well, if I am not, if Kris isn't noticing any leeway to this other than it is a warding against the hand, then I'm going to pull it back.
Okay.
But if I did notice any type of like entryway towards then I would have kept it. But if it's just painful and a warding, then I'll snatch it back.
Okay. Well, here's another opportunity. Did you find? Did you actually manage to find one? Like, given enough time? Because at first, again, as I said, like the longer you held it there, yeah. But if you held it there even further, did you manage to find a spot? Or is this a little too far, and maybe somebody else has to find the spot? This is the other part of this whole dramatic scene. Is like sometimes it's a little give and take. Sometimes it's like, okay, I'm going to pull back and let you guys handle this while I do this other thing. And so.
Yeah, I think that's
very narrative.
Yeah, that's what I would do I'd pull back, and there's a little sense of him realizing he is no longer just an adventurous mortal man. He's not meant for certain things in this world any longer because of the bargain. So he'll pull back and kind of tuck it a bit.
Right. So, is there anything else? Anybody else trying to do something? You just watch Kris reach for it. His hand recoil from the stone altar to the point where he had to get it under control.
Yeah.
So, who wants to reach for it?
It seems that perhaps whoever made this did not want those who have made the bargain to get the treasure.
I think at this point I would be searching the room for loose rope, twine, reeds.
Yeah.
That could form into some sort of lasso.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Important thought, Saul. If it is perhaps weighted, should we switch it with something else? Perhaps my lantern.
Yes. I think that would be the wise thing to do.
So you notice a pressure plate underneath it, and you do the switch over.
I'm gonna do the Indiana Jones thing as I pull.
It's not quite as heavy as the gold, so I will pour my entire flask of lantern oil into it and hope that is adding a little bit of extra weight.
All right. So who's spending the raise to identify the switch and make the switch over?
I believe that would fall under theft, so I shall make the switch over and hope my friends noticing can cover my lack of raises from here on.
As in you're hoping that they're being observant and noticing things helps you. Okay. All right, awesome. What I will say is that you managed to make the switch, and you know what? You managed to make the switch, and sure enough, like, you're pretty sure you had the weight dead on. You're pretty sure. But as you do...
I'm not good with math. That is the Germans.
You mean the Eisen? The not Germans. So as you make the switch... you're like, man, I got this. And as you make the switch, you notice that the silver filigree on the altar starts to luminesce. It starts to glow. And it starts from the center of the altar. It starts glowing out, down on channels on the floor, out to the walls. The room is starting to get hot.
Son of a biscuit eater.
It starts getting very, very hot in here, and as it looks as though the streams of light are trying to reach a central point. And as it gets closer, as they get closer and closer and closer and closer, there's a knife that knocked the line loose, preventing it from completing its circuit. So the room is hot. But the streams don't cross. So there is a little bit of sighs of relief, and you notice Sophie seems very relieved by this. And now you seem to have bypassed this, recovered the idol.
That close call definitely merits a sip from the hip flask.
Now, question. Soul was making a lasso out of reeds.
Yeah.
Was that how you recovered the idol, or did you do the Indiana Jones?
No, I lassoed it. I pulled it away.
So you yanked it. He put something down right away.
Yeah.
I dig it. So I guess the next question is, who's the first person to pick it up?
I think I would. I think I would have yanked it to catch it.
Okay. Awesome. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend a danger point. As you touch it, your mind goes blank. Your perception, you lose vision, and slowly, piece by piece, you begin to see little pin pricks of light that start at the top, and there's 1, 2, 3, then 1, 2, and then 1.
The chalice. Yes.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And in that moment, it's as if a camera takes from that close-up of just those points of light, it pulls back at like super fast, like bungee jump speed, back and back and back and back and back. And with every single second that passes, you are progressively more and more aware of how infinitesimally small you are to an uncaring universe. You, for the briefest of moments, you wonder whether or not your existence is even consequential to all of the things that are out there beyond your perception. The things that want in, the things that gnaw at your moments of doubt, as even though you are a devout Vaticine, you have seen things in this world, things that want to come through, things that want you to let them through, things that want you to take the idol, and instead of returning it to the ship, taking it to the top of the ziggurat and holding it high, and a name enters your mind, a name that you feel like you desperately want to cry out. And in that moment, you snap back into the room. The desire is there, but not a compulsion. It's just a whisper. More like a request, like a plea. And you can do with that what you will.
I shall hang the idol off my waist belt and ask for that hip flask from Alonzo.
These old ruins are quite stressful, are they not?
I finished that. There's bottoms up on that one.
Right.
I think we should exit. I need fresh air.
So, as you make your way back up, thankfully the lasso or some part of the lasso can be used to we're gonna put this, make the ladder hold a little bit longer. We're gonna lash that up. You manage to get up and you manage to make your way back up to the top floor, and you walk out. As you walk out, you hear the quick pow of a gunshot as a metal ball flies past Chris's ear, and it causes part of the ziggurat behind you to explode into little chunks as the bullet flies past Kris and ricochets off the stone. As you're like, and you look over, you see a small cadre of ATC soldiers, Marines, and the green screen. But you see a small cadre of ATC soldiers and a man in immaculate, conquistador looking outfit with the poofs in the pants and the big metal breastplate with the metal helmet. And he's like, "Excellent. I'm glad you brought that to me. I'll take it from you now." Right? Do we want to take a second break, or do we roll straight into this? How are you? How are y'all feeling?
We can take a little minor 5-minute break then.
Okay. We'll take a real quick break and refill what you need to do, and hop back here, And
I've got something in my mind. I'll keep it in there
Give me
already.
and we will be right back in a very brief moment. And we are back. In the immortal words of Hamilton, boom goes the cannon. So, we got a couple things going on here. There were gunshots last you heard, and you are surrounded.
Well, I heard.
You have a number of individuals in front. You have a number of individuals in front of you. I would say about a dozen or so ATC goons, and the captain of an ATC vessel, like this guy looks way more serious than the guy you dealt with before. And in fact, there are no rooms you can lure him away to. Well, no, damn, there are. Well, the top of the ziggurat technically counts as a room, but that's beside the point. So anyway, what's going to happen is they are very clearly after your. They are very clearly after the token, and we are going to go into an action sequence because, well, no, correction. At first, they're like, okay, hand it over. There won't be a problem.
If I may. Trying to take a treasure from the Zephyr is a foolish decision, one that you will most certainly regret. For even though we are outnumbered, you are outmatched. And I am attempting to use my jaune de vivre.
Ah, yeah, those words. Yes.
I've tried to pronounce that correctly.
Yes. Joie de vivre. It is an amazing ability. This is a ridiculously disgusting and also really complicated ability, and I will be more than happy to walk you through this because, oh my god, it's going to be crazy. Okay, so what's going to happen is this. You guys need... First off, as he says, you're trying to steal from the Zephyr, and this is a lesson. This is a thing you will regret. You feel empowered by the words of your compatriot. You feel driven to see this through and to get the idol back to the ship. At least some of you feel driven.
Oh no.
So at any rate, you are and Joie de Vivre will kick in, and I will explain that in a second. What I need right now is approaches in this jungle habitat with a ziggurat to the back of you and a bunch of guys to the front of you. So approaches, how are you attempting to get through this scene and accomplish your goals in this scene? Anybody?
Well, certainly this is certainly a confrontation with a powerful foe. I believe this is a time to be a little bit flashy and panache, and perhaps use the classic swordsmanship, tag them, embarrass them, and make their leader look foolish.
Okay, so you're go ahead.
I guess my thought was panache and performance. Try to do the Zorro tag, like carve a Z into their
Okay, I dig it. So so your panache and your perform. I'll give you one for flair and one for your skill use. Anybody else? Approaches?
I think I'm going to try to use basically the environment around them, maybe like us on the higher ground of the ziggurat and them still within like the green of the jungle, just like I'm trying to use wits and notice to outmaneuver and help my friends. Like right. we definitely are outnumbered, but at least we can use the environment to help us.
Right.
But they are outmatched.
So you're trying to utilize your kind of perception of the battlefield. Okay, I got you. Wait, so Thom, you said you were out of raises, right?
I am.
Or you were out of raises from the ziggurat thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And
did we reset with the action sequence?
Well, what I was going to do is this, because as I recall, Sun had like 2 or 3 left, and Marcus.
We both had 3 left, I believe.
I think we both had 3.
Okay, you both have 3? Okay, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to allow you guys, in addition to whatever you roll, you are going to have 3 extra raises each. You two, because you still had, you kind of still had the, you still had kind of the lead in going into this.
I love the bend on spaces.
My approach, brute force, just going straight into it. I don't care.
Okay. So what you were
overwhelming.
Would you say that you're being a hothead at this point?
Yes.
Okay, I'll even give you a hero point because you're letting that restraint fall, and you are just becoming the blast furnace of rage that Senor Villanueva saw in you all those years ago. Mm-hmm. Hey, I got a great idea. You know what's better than defense? Offense. you're going full Cobra Kai.
Yes.
Alrighty. So
question.
Yeah.
Would that speech have also counted as a center of attention, and does this count as a risk just for purposes of my virtue?
Yes. Basically, anytime you're having to roll an approach, build a pool, that's a risk. Risk, test, same thing. So yes, I would say you are the center of attention. And oh god, that's gross, because I just remembered what that is. Oh god. Oh, so you're activating your virtue. You're activating your virtue, Thom?
Yes, we are glorious, like the emperor himself of the sun.
So,
the emperor of the sun.
Yes. So, Thom's activating his virtue, which is if he is the center of attention. What is it? Every die counts as a raise.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like if you're the center of attention, his advantage. Right. Oh god, what's the exact wording here?
In chat.
Yeah, because you can just tap with this sheet. That's why I like it. If you tap like where it says virtue, it actually sends it to the chat.
Yeah.
So yeah, for the next risk, when you determine raises, every die counts as a raise. So his entire die pool are just nothing but raises.
Is a raise.
Everything's coming up raises for him, and also
9.
And the reason I said Joy de Vivre is gross is because every hero that hears his speech counts every die that rolls equal to or less than his skill on the next roll as 10s. So like anything, so whatever you're doing, like your note. Like Marcus is doing, not panache notice, wits notice.
Notice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So everything that rolls equal, every 10-sided die that rolls equal to or less than your dots in notice turns into 10s. So like, I rolled a 3. Nope, that's a 10. And remember, since you have 3 dots, you can take 1 die and re-roll it. So it's like, that's a 9? No, I'm going to reroll that. I'm going to reroll that 9. I want a 1, so it can become a 10. It's gross. Joy de Vivre is gross. Anyway, so
I chose the bad character.
Right. So at any rate, so Soul, you said you were going the finesse weaponry or broad weaponry. Which way are you going with this?
I'm going without care, going straight into the middle of it. So I don't know if that would be brawn. Would it be brawn?
Well, I mean, that's up to you. If you want to do brawn weaponry instead of finesse weaponry, that is totally in your ballpark, in your wheelhouse.
I think I would go brawn weaponry in this case.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll do brawn weaponry plus flair plus. You're both doing flair and skill. Everybody's doing the flair and skill. You all have flair.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go... so at this point, everybody's got their approaches, right? Yes. So what's going to happen here is, at this point, I am going to lay out the consequences and the opportunities. And I am going to be completely blunt and honest with you. There are no opportunities here. Well, no, I lied. There is one opportunity. I will give you one singular opportunity.
Alonzo created quite an opportunity for his allies anyway.
And that is that the captain is carrying a nondescript golden key.
Ooh.
I will put nondescript gold key as a opportunity. What does that mean? Well, that's a good question. You'll tell me after you get it. And then your consequence. What say?
Matt, I do have one hero point left that I wanted to give to Saul.
Okay.
So Saul is diving into the fray.
All right. Well, we'll sit on hero points for just a second because
Okay.
we're in the laying out consequences thing. So not root, brute. I am root. There is God. I cannot type today. There's a brute squad. You are the brute squad. There is, for giggles, there is another brute squad.
Dun, dun, dun.
Bum, bum. There is also, here's where we're going to get a little weird. This may be a little weird. I'm going to, okay. I'm going to create this guy who is going to be, his name is Niles. What's his last name, just for giggles?
Pembroke.
Pembroke, because that's the name of a guy you need to stab.
Yes.
Sorry.
Anyway, Niles Pembroke.
Sorry for anyone named Niles Pembroke that is going to listen to this.
You're perfectly wonderful, Niles Pembroke, and I think you're wonderful at the cricket club. But look,
we believe in you under normal circumstances. So this is going to be a 10 strength brute squad because they are not playing around. This is going to be another 10 strength. This is going to be another 10 strength brute. No. We're going to be nice. This is going to be a 6 strength brute squad just for giggles. Look, okay, you guys started bringing out the big guns.
yes.
There is going to be this is the weirdness of the way that this works, and there is going to be a cannonball that hits in the area, and it will hit. It is a strength 4 cannonball for giggles, and it will land and detonate on raise 2.
Dun, dun, dun.
So in other words, when we get to raise 2, any heroes that are on raise 2 can do something, and then this thing will hit. And unfortunately, because you guys are so far away from the cannon that is firing, you will not be able, there's no way to really stop it. It's who's going to catch it kind of deal. Unless you can think of a way to get to the cannons and stop them before raise 2. For the nondescript gold key, I will say that this is going to be a 1 raise because never say that I'm not nice to you guys. So at this point, you said that there was going to be hero point spend.
Yes.
You're spending a hero point to pump up who?
Saul. Since Saul.
Okay. So Saul's going to get 3 more dice, and
Hey, just a heads up. I think our cameras are frozen on the
they are.
Huh.
I think you might need to tab back into Discord. You should be fine.
That wasn't me this time.
I've been jumping back and forth to Discord.
The briny devil that is Jonah.
Jonah, he's befouling and bewitching ourselves. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm stuck in a lovely pose right now.
Yeah, let me try this real quick.
I told you I didn't. You brought him on the ship.
Hey. All right. So we did a little quick hop. We did a little timey-wimey. You know what that was? That was the idol. That was the relic. All right. So at this point, we've done our hero point spins that we plan to do. Yes.
I shall also. Kind of want to keep just one just in case. No. I've got two. Am I allowed to spend 2 hero points to give them to
no, you can only,
each of my teammates, or is it
for
just
this case? You can only, for this purpose, you can only do 1.
Yes. Well, Alonzo, for that glorious speech, I shall give you my hero point.
Oh boy, that makes me from.
So you're like
12 dice instantly.
12. Okay.
Tu much joie de vivre, hein, frère?
Oh, très bien. All right.
Très bien, c'est so much joie de vivre.
So,
Yes.
what is your skill for your speech? Just so I can.
What was your
see
actual-
how many raises?
What's your actually approach?
Oh, my actual approach is performance and panache. Essentially, trying to tag them, demoralize them, and be very flashy the entire time.
What's your rank of your performance?
My performance is a rank 3. My panache is a rank 3. I got 1 for flair, 1 for the whatchamabob.
Skill use.
Skill.
So many.
Reroll. And
So many D10.
Yes.
It's such a powerful vampire.
So if we are set with that, then
you know what? I believe Mr. Kris also deserves a hero point. I shall give my last hero point to Mr. Kris.
Ah, oh la la. Huh?
Aw. You guys are the best. All right. So, at this point, if you are all set, then you will roll.
Mm-hmm.
Or I shall just take my 10s right now.
You're grounded. No kidding.
I've got
Hey.
all these dice. You know what? I fail.
Wait, really?
After all those points we gained.
It's like really?
I have 1 spare, so take your danger point.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And remember, anything under a 3 is also automatic 10 for you.
Mm-hmm. Right. You know what? I'm gonna have some fun here.
Good thing I rolled all these ones.
Yep.
Oh, you mean all those 10s?
No. It's anything. Yeah. All right. So where are we?
I got 9 raises.
Gross. And that's counting the everything equal to or less than your skill value turns up a 10.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're waiting on Chris's total, right?
Sorry.
That's fine. What I am going to do is, because he is a villain, because Niles Pembroke is a villain, no personal judgment.
Does he get different points?
He gets to use my danger points. So he is going to actually spend. I'm going to spend 2 danger points. Each danger point allows me to roll 2 extra dice, because unlike brutes, they get die rolls.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. I like that. I like this. We'll take this right char, and we'll take this right char, and we'll take this right char. All right.
Also obligatory camera.
All right. So, hey, I have a remainder. Does somebody want to hear? No, kidding. Alrighty. So,
Some marble heroic.
so how many do you have, Marcus? How many raises?
I have 9 raises and 1 remainder.
How would you like a hero point, buddy?
Well, I would love a hero point because I love when you have a danger in your palm.
You say that. Okay. So
I do.
you're like, okay. Like, okay. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. You get a hero point. I get a danger point. Mwahaha. And now I need to put down.
John's got to retitle them Mwahaha points.
Right. Where are my things? Anyway.
I can't draw a circle.
I know what I'm going to do. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to. I need to actually give you Niles's raises. Okay. Niles. Mr. Niles Pembroke. Sir. Niles Pembroke is a beast. He has a whopping 8 raises. But you will find out that villains are different. And also mean. Anyway, so we are going to start at 12 raises with Alonzo. How are you taunting and shaming them into whatever it is that you are taunting and shaming them into?
We're frozen on stream, by the way.
What?
We are frozen again on a stream.
No, we're back.
We're good. We're back. Never mind.
Madam Winshin. Anyway, sorry.
Drawing his rapier, Alonzo shall immediately stab forward very flashily towards the keychain and whip it off so the keyring kind of slides down the rapier onto up near the haft.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. Why not? So you're gonna spin. So you're gonna spin a raise to snag that key. All right. So cool deal. And at that point, I need a different color. Let's do something. Oh yes, nothing says classy game like hot pink. All right, so the nondescript gold key is in your possession. Cool. At this point, we are at 11, and it is your turn still. You're like, I didn't realize I'd be in charge.
Now, Niles Pembroke, by spending stuff against him, does that take his 8 down?
No, because that is not villain strength. That is his dice pool. He has a health bar. He has health, same as you do, except he's a villain, so his health is actually more.
Interesting. But if I was to try to tag him or something, would that count?
I would say that you could use your panache and performance to like throw him off, kind of taunt him, kind of wear him out a little bit. Just a series of progressive feints. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Awesome.
So that would affect his health bar, though.
Yes, it would actually put wounds on him if you want to spend them, basically exhausting him.
I shall gladly spend some points towards that.
How many would you like to put
him? Taking his key, I will quickly tag at his clothing and deftly feint behind him to try to do a little backstab.
Awesome. How many raises are you expending on this?
I'm going to bring myself. I shall expend 2 raises to bring myself down to my compatriots, so they may take their actions as well.
Okay, so he's now down 2, and you are down 2, and this brings us to 9. So Kris, Sol, which one of you goes first? Don't all.
Oh, you're muted, my friend.
Sol will charge into the battle.
Okay.
Going straight into the crowd of goons.
Yes.
Making his way to Niles, but first dealing with the rabble.
Okay. So how would you deal with this?
I think because they're trying to clear a path, they're going to go with their Sabbat Gambit style.
Okay.
They are slashing, bashing, shoving goons off, hoping that they fall off the ziggurat.
Smashing.
Okay. And how many raises are you expending in the progressively slash bash crash?
I shall spend 2 raises for that.
Finesse.
Oh, wait.
It's finesse,
weaponry,
so that brings you
and number of raises.
7 plus the number of raises you burn.
Yeah. You know what? I'll spend 3.
Okay, and you're gonna wipe out the 10 squad.
I'm gonna wipe out the 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what you guys witness is, first off, I would say nothing new to you guys, but it is still disgusting to watch in actual practice, where Soul just jumps in like a wrecking ball and just tears through a dozen people like they're nothing. So yeah.
Oops, I did that wrong.
Kris is
Sorry.
I have wide eyes at this point.
Yes.
Maybe even have some foam at the mouth, rabies.
yeah. So we are down to, so we're still down to 9. So Kris or Alonzo?
I want to ask you how this would work. I want them, the lads that are on the cannon, to be very, very interested in me. And I am using my wits and notice for this scenery. I want them to, by the time they fire it, I have moved or done enough in position to where if they come to fire at me, it could possibly lead to their downfall. Meaning, I'll use the scenery if they do not hit me to have things fall and crumble ziggurat-wise, trees and whatnot. Maybe even incorporating Sophie, like saying, point at me, girl, or throw rocks at them and get their attention. Right. Make sure the cannon is on me, girl.
Okay, so you're gonna attempt to draw the cannon to
me.
Okay, are you attempting to draw the cannon to you, or are you trying to attempt to draw the cannon to actually be messing with somebody else, like hitting the brute or something like that?
Right. Basically, yeah. I'm
Gotcha.
as I said, I'm just trying to use the scenery. I'm just trying to make it to where, or at least I don't know how many raises it would take, or how I would enact this to make sure that them firing that cannon is a downfall for their actions.
Here is what I will do. You have a spare hero point, right? Yeah. You can throw.
I have. Yes, I have a spare hero.
Okay, so I want to show you something disgusting, and I'm going to show you something utterly disgusting, and that is on your character sheet. This is something that I passed around to a couple of people, and they were like, "Oh my, don't ever put that on a character sheet ever." So I did. There is a mechanic that I haven't shown you because you haven't really needed it yet, called pressure. And
yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yeah, pressure goes a little something like this. Joker is holding a detonator and says, "I'm going to blow up your girlfriend, or you can go save the people on the boat. You need to go save the people on the boat and forget your girlfriend." That's applying pressure. If Batman does anything other than going to save the people on the boat, he has to spend extra raises to negate the pressure to go do something other than save the people on the boat.
Ooh.
Now, usually it is a spend an extra raise and move on. So like, you need to go save the people on the boat. Okay, cool. I'll throw a raise away and then I'll go do the thing I need to do. Your character is sick and gross because, first off, his insistent advantage is when you apply. Yeah, it's when you apply pressure, it lasts until the end of the round. So, that's cool and all, but your squid tattoo
That too, right?
says that any time that you apply pressure, it costs 2 raises instead of 1. Now the thing is, it lasts until the end of the round, so anything that target does other than what you want them to do costs 2 raises every time they try to do it. For the round.
Right.
It is disgusting, and it like saps points away from people like ridiculous.
That's glorious.
It is glorious, and it is wrong, and people told me never to put it on a character sheet, so I did, and I gave it to Marcus.
Yeah, and I was wondering about that because I was like, okay, pressure, does that mean like there's some kind of strength versus strength contest because it's squid, and then I saw insistent, and I said, okay, that's got to be something different.
Pressure's a super tanky toy because it's like, no, you're not fighting them, you're fighting me.
Right.
And what am I going to do? I'm going to run away. Yeah.
Nice.
Jack Sparrow throws pressure on Will Turner all the time in the blacksmith fight. Like, oh, we're getting into a sword fight, and by sword fight, I mean gymnastics competition. So you're like burning raises just to keep up with me. Anyway.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So at any rate,
that's how it works. Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
So what I would say is, if you wanted to, here's the deal: you want them to aim at the other people. What I would do is this: like, you can burn races on that, or if you want to burn a hero point to throw the insistent / squid effect, I'll give that to you. Where like if they don't shoot at someone else, then they're going to be penalized by a lot. And it could effectively basically make the cannonball useless, like nothing, like a scratch, if they don't shoot at who are you trying to get them to aim at? The Brute Squad or Niles?
Ooh, golly. No, I want Brute Squad because I want Niles to go to Alonzo. So I want that 10 Brute Squad, to feel it.
Well, the 10 one's gone now.
Yeah.
So it's the 6
you're
one.
pointing at the 6.
I mean,
that's fine.
Sorry about that.
They'll take 4. That's great. So Kris is going to burn a raise to and apply pressure on the cannoneers to shoot at the Brute Squad. And that Alonzo, you're at 9.
Burn a raise or burn the hero point?
Oh, you're burning the hero point. Sure. What do you want to burn the raises on? Do you want to spend raises?
Can I make burn the raise to make the environment and the cannonball more effective against that Brute Squad?
Yeah, you can put them out in the open or nearby some kind of powder barrel that you brought with you. You brought a powder barrel with you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Let's burn on.
So you spent the raise.
Prepared.
Who knows what we're going to face? We didn't think we'd come into a ziggurat.
Well, I mean, if you've got pistols, then you might need an extra powder horn or something. It makes sense. So
okay.
All right. So Alonzo at 9, because Kris is now down to 8.
Okay.
Yep.
Oops, that didn't work.
That's fine. All right. So
Okay. Alonzo, so Soul still has his torch, right?
yeah, I would say so.
Alonzo will call to Soul to throw him the torch, and if Soul will agree, Alonzo will immediately toss the torch towards our good friend Niles' back and try to light him on fire.
Okay. Alrighty. So you're gonna actually so this is actually neat, because what this is how many raises are you gonna spend on this?
I will spend 4 raises on this.
You are spending 4 raises on this. Okay. Ow. Okay. So what this does is this creates a danger to him, and this creates a complication to him, which is he's on fire. We'll do this right here. on fire. Fire. He is on fire, and you spent 4?
Yes.
Okay. So he's on fire for 4. That's cool. Well, it's not cool, it's hot, but whatever. And we will give him, for giggles, because this is how we roll, we will give him... we'll give him 4 more. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cool. Now it is... it goes down to 8. Now, normally...
It's not on the Twitch stream yet, by the way. Just a heads up.
Say what?
The on fire is not on the Twitch screen yet, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, it better catch up. Catch up, man. No, catch up, Twitch. Catch
I think
up.
it needs to just see an update on the window.
Ketchup.
Yeah, there
There we go.
All right. So,
Huzzah!
yep. Okay, so Kris at 8, except Niles is a villain, and villains go first. Because you didn't expect them to wait for the honorable thing, did you? They're villains. Anyway.
Oh,
Yeah. He is going to turn to face you, and he is going to say, in this, at first it starts to sound like a human voice, but about halfway through it starts to develop this really dark echo. And he's like, "Insolent insect." He spins a raise to slash you, and you will take 4 wounds. With this knife that he pulls from his jacket pocket, he like turns and slashes with his knife, and instantly his next knife comes out. As he is a duelist, but he is a duelist of the Boucher style. Not the Babbe Boucher style, but the Boucher style. And what he will do is, he slashed, he is going to actually bash you this time. So first off, like I said, he dealt the 4 for the slash. Say what?
May I do something? May I do something here?
Oh, give me just 1 second.
Yeah.
So he does the slash because this is actually the Boucher step. It's his school maneuver. So he slashes, and then with the Boucher step, he actually will bash you, Alonzo. So it's 4 from the slash, 1 from the bash, and the next time you deal wounds, you deal 4 fewer wounds to him. Or you deal 4 fewer wounds, rather. Because he basically, like, he slashed you, and with his other hand, it was this, like, cut you across the face, but then punch you in the nose. Like, kind of rocked you. So, well, first off, Soul goes at 6. So
yeah, I was just going to say I have riposte, which allows me to perform this maneuver when it is not my action.
If it's directed on you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
So if you were up there crossing blades with him, then yeah, you'd be able to riposte or parry or whatever. Okay. Now the fun part is, and this I was like, how can I get him to 5 wounds? Because at this point you have 4 wounds, and the 5th wound converts to a dramatic. What this means is that if we go to the next round, if we go to the next turn, your die pool will actually increase by 1. Because as you take damage, you actually become more epic, because the stakes
dashing.
Yes, because the stakes are getting higher. The stakes matter more.
Now, do I reset my wound count when I get a dramatic wound, or do I keep it at 5?
No, okay. It's that way. It would be 4 and 1, then another 4 and 2. The exception to that is guns, which that's a different matter entirely, and I haven't brought guns into this because. But at any rate, so because he is a duelist, that was 1 raise.
So just confirming, I'm at 5 and 1 right now.
Where did you take the one extra?
The back.
Wait, sorry. I went to. Sorry, I had 5. I got 5 wounds. That becomes 1 dramatic wound. I keep the 5 wounds, or does it go back to down to 0 because I've got a dramatic wound?
No. What you have is you've got 4 wounds, and the 5th wound is a dramatic wound.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. It basically, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 dramatic, 1, 2, 3, 4 dramatic, 1, 2, 3, 4 dramatic. Like,
Gotcha. So it would go to 4, 1, 8, 2, etc.
right. Yeah. Because on the character sheet, it's like a spiral. So at any rate, he's at 7. Kris, you're at 8.
Right. The cannon has fired already, or is it just winding up?
The cannon will fire on 2.
Goes on 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then,
because right now they're sighting and they're ratcheting to change the angle. And you're moving, so they're like, okay, well, no, he's moved, so let's turn it this way. And
right,
you know.
right, and yeah. I'm just kind of corralling them or making sure they get to me on 6. So I'm trying to make myself more appetizing for them. So right. I'm kind of mowing down or like pushing and mowing down as many of Brute Squad 6 as possible, but not not eliminating them.
Right. So would you like to?
I'm
okay.
Yeah, making it nice and juicy.
You like spending raises to put them into positions where they hurt themselves.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. I can see that. How many raises are you spending to put them into positions where they hurt themselves?
I'm going to spend 2 more.
Okay.
So that'll just keep me at 6, and that'll be good.
And that puts them at 4. Okay. So when it hits 2, it'll detonate that Brute Squad pretty effectively. Okay. Mm-hmm. So you said you're down. You said you used 2, so that brings you to 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's like a lot of themes of like shoving guys and parrying, and then meanwhile behind the back, like kicking barrels of powder into place and
right. Okay. So
and hoping I get out the way in time.
Right. Oh, come on! Nothing bad ever happened from casual explosions.
How much danger do you still have left?
About 4.
That's fine.
Y'all been feeding me, man. Y'all been feeding me.
That's right.
Okay. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me. So at 7. He is going to, at 7, he is going to see Soul and smirk. He's going to, first off, spend a danger point as his body, for just a moment, or not for just a moment, but he smirks, and then there's this hiss as you see his body change. He's there one moment, and he begins to gradually become insubstantial, into a mist. And you see a kind of a cloud kind of float over towards Sun and reform directly in front of him as he spent a danger point to activate his monstrous ability, which is he turned into mist and moved. And in that moment, as he started to mist, you notice that his face had gotten paler, his eyes became red, and there were the vaguest hint of fangs as he decorporealizes and moves. And as he reforms in front of you, Soul, he appears, and as he appears, he used bash last maneuver, so now he's moving to slash. He spins a raise to slash you, and as he slashes you, as he slashes you for 4, he says, "I know of you, Gamberra. I cannot wait to have you among us." And you're like, so
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm actually going to use the reverse here.
really? You
yeah.
okay. So riposte.
So I'll catch the blade.
Right.
It prevents the number of wounds equal to my ranks in weaponry, which
Right.
should be 4.
Yeah.
3.
No, you have 3.
Three.
So you take
Yes.
1, but you soak 3.
1.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yep. And then
I deal the attacker the number of wounds equal to my ranks in weaponry, so they take 3 wounds.
yeah. Okay. So yeah. So his slash with the knives, you know, back it around, and then you like come back at him with this saber.
Yeah, I block most of the cuts, and I spit in their direction.
Nice.
When I'm dead.
He says soon. At any rate, so we're at 6. So Sol and Kris. Oh no, Sol just spent a raise to riposte. Right?
Yeah, I spend a raise. Yeah.
All right. So you're down at 5. Kris is at 6.
Okay.
And part of misting actually cleared the fire because he's insubstantial. He was insubstantial. There wasn't fire. There wasn't anything there. But good maneuver. Actually, what I will do is this: I will put 4 more on him.
Isn't Niles
3,
going first now,
4.
since Niles is 6?
No,
He's
he
a
went.
villain.
He went from 7. He went. Oh yeah, no, he went from 7 to 6, and then yeah. Okay, so yeah. Okay, thanks for giving me that. He actually, you know what? Because this is the dumb part of this is the dumb part of this whole dueling thing. He slashed last turn. You riposted. He is actually going to parry to prevent a number of wounds equal to his ranks in weaponry. So he actually negates those 4, which I don't want to erase them all. So I will keep them in my head because parries and ripostes are dumb, but they're fun. So at any rate, so that's at the top of 6. He burns that to get to 5. So Kris at 6. Actually, Kris at 6 because Sol burned one at he burned his riposte.
Okay.
Yeah. Or he burned a raise for his riposte. So Kris is at 6.
And then it's what is it? Me and then the
Then it goes back to then it goes back to Pembroke and the 5s. The Brute Squad moves at initiative Brute. So it's the very last thing.
That's
The very last thing. It is so easy to wipe out squads, which is why they kind of fixed that ruling in Katai. So
neat.
yeah. So instead of it being just a straight strength that happens at the last action in the turn, it's actually the number of dice they roll. So
Okay.
yeah. All right. So
Okay.
Yep. So you're at 6. What you doing?
Great. Since I am at the one group, and I'm positioning him with the powdered Holofs.
Right.
Is it possible to spend raises to grab one of the smaller barrels to chuck at the cannon firing squad? Basically, I wanted to create a trail that goes from this squad to the next squad.
All right.
Gunpowder trail.
Gotcha. Well, the cannon crew is actually on one of the ships in the bay. So
okay.
Yeah, they're actually trying. They're mortaring it basically over.
Oh well, then if they're mortaring it,
Yeah, I mean you have enough raises to like run to the end of the island and do something, but that takes you away from the villain. And I'm going to tell you right now, like the villain is only a quarter of the way down. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is no joke. He is no joke.
Then is it possible to not redirect, but help my friends out a little bit since I saw?
Yeah.
this happen?
In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Remember how I said I'm not going to deal with the firearm rules at all? I lied, because all those ATC guys have rifles, right? You could easily pick up a rifle. You would have to spend an extra raise to change your approach, but you could shoot with the rifle at Niles, and it magically makes your gun better. Anyway, so if you wanted to, you would spend basically, it is a raise to change approach, and then however many raises you want to spend on the gunshot.
Okay.
Firearms deal however many raises you spend, and an automatic dramatic wound to whoever you shoot at,
Interesting.
regardless of where they are on the wound track.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why our pistoliers carry 4 pistols in my home game. Boom, kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Game over.
Yeah.
Your villain is
done.
Hey, you're back.
Okay.
All right.
So we're going to spend 1 to change up the approach.
Right.
As I say, hopefully we don't get sued when I say demon dogs. I see him, and I snatch up one of their rifles, spin to fire to shoot, since he is in front of my companion Saul.
Mm-hmm. Now, how many total raises are you spending on this?
So 1 to so is that 6? So 1 to up it, and then 3 as I fire at him.
Okay. So you deal 3 to him, plus the dramatic wound, plus the auto dramatic. Right. This is where it gets dumb, because remember it backed off 4, right? So 1, 2, 3 for the dramatic, 4. You dealt 3, so 1 dramatic, 1, then the extra, then the auto dramatic from the rifle. So you actually, even though he's only taken barely over 1 dramatic worth of wounds, the auto dramatic has bumped him to 2 dramatic wounds.
Nice.
Which effectively makes him half dead if you can get 2 more dramatic wounds on him. But again, that's why people. Well, okay, I hate to tell you this. There were 16 brutes. If you can't find 15 more rifles on the ground, this is your problem, not mine. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm saving these 2 raises for the emergency.
Okay. So you burn 4 total, brings you to 2, right? Cool.
Yep.
All right. So at 5, Pembroke does not like what just happened. Not at all. So he parried last turn. He is actually going to bash Soul, which deals 1 wound, and the next time Soul deals wounds, it's reduced by 4. And then that's his 4, or that's his 5. So at 5 is Soul and Alonzo. Hey Alonzo, what would you like to do? Soul's done things.
Having seen the firearm trick from Kris, I believe that is not the worst approach. I wonder if I was to perhaps grab the firearm, shout something either offensive or perhaps even a little bit. I've got linguists, so I could just shout obscenities in multiple languages in his direction.
Yes,
and try to get his attention, and then try to shoot him in the face.
Okay. How many raises are you spending on this?
Shoot, is it 2 to get a dramatic wound?
No.
It's firearm. Sorry.
Firearm deals a dramatic wound automatically, regardless of how many raises you spend.
Understood. And let's see here. I'm aware that any regular wounds I'm doing less because I was hit by the bash.
Bash.
The bash. Sorry. So I'm just going to spend 1 raise to do the shot.
Okay. So you spend 1 raise to do the shot. It deals no wounds, but it does deal the 3rd dramatic because that's the way firearms work. Because it is still a lead ball. It is still a lead ball going into them.
Oh, lovely.
They're making them bleed. And that is you on 5. So Soul at 5. You have been bashed.
Yeah, and I'm a bit pissed about that. So I'm going full ham. Sabbat and Gambit. Going back to that, focusing directly.
Okay. So how many wounds are you choosing?
So
that's a lot.
Yes, it is. So they cancel out 4. Yeah, because I got bashed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically your finesse is eliminated. Yeah.
Yes. So I'll have weaponry 3, and I will use 3 raises.
Okay. So that brings you
on that. So 6.
All right. So that brings you to 2. You're going to deal 6 total.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Basically, kick them in the thigh to get them staggered, and try and go for the abdomen.
Right. Okay. So that puts him at. Okay. So that brings us to 4, which is Pembroke. Pembroke is a duelist, and everyone hates duelists. He is going to riposte, which clears off 4 of those and deals 4 back to you. Okay. Duelists are sick, man. They're utterly ridiculous. So where are you at right now on your...
So 4. So 1, 2, dramatic wound, 3, 4.
Okay.
So I'm at 5 wounds and 1 dramatic.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's about accurate, because especially with all the parries and ripostes and stuff. But yeah, this is a straight up Errol Flynn swashbuckler fight here. Meanwhile, Alonzo at 4.
Once this musket fires, it's dead, but there's more on the ground. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you could reloading a firearm takes 5 raises, but there are at this point 14 rifles on the ground.
Yep. So looking at looking at Soul.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking pretty bashed up. Does he look like is it more like he looks like he needs a bit of help, or
he looks like he's... I mean, just at a casual glance, Soul could probably correct me on this, but it sort of looks like this is the first time he's had a real challenge in months. Because
I'm grinning.
All right. Question: Could I spend some raises to just encourage Soul and just give him a bit of what's the word? You got this, but essentially like seeing that he's kind of in a bloodlust, just like kind of keep egging him on and get him more into it.
Unfortunately, because of the way that the approach system works, you would have already have done that by spending. Well, first off, you did by Joie de Vivre.
By Joie de Vivre. Okay, cool. I wonder if I can use my points to further help him or pass my raises onto him or something like that.
No. That's why Joie de Vivre is so gross, because it's like, oh, you rolled a 1 on your weaponry, haha, it's a 10.
Man, Yeah. Damn, I almost feel bad for taking that kill from Soul, so I don't want to like get another shot and like finish this guy off.
Right.
Hey.
Don't worry. You've yet to see Sick because sick is what happens at like 4 and 5 dots. That's when it gets really dumb in your skills. So, but at any rate, so what you could do is you could create complications for him. You could create complications for Pembroke, or apply pressure. Like, hey, no, fight me. Hey, no, pay attention to me. You know, so if he wants to keep going after Soul,
I imagine with a little bit of roguish delight, I would probably have had a set of caltrops with me.
Sure, caltrops are fun.
I'm going to very like just shout towards him and just kind of throw them a little bit one by one, just kind of irk him, and then throw the whole barrel at him once I've got his attention.
Okay. So you are creating an obstacle for him. How many raises are you spending on that?
I'm gonna spend my 4 raises to get that obstacle on him.
You're just throwing 4 raises on him. You're going old school.
Yep.
Okay. So 4 for
Cal. If you get his attention, then I'm just gonna toss the entire bag of caltrops at his feet.
Okay. So I'm gonna put that right there. All right. Cool. So he'll have to. Oh gosh, that's fun. Alrighty. So because that's a environmental difficulty, he can't repost that. Again, this is why it's like, yes, duelists are sick, but you know what they can't stop? Fire on the floor. Can't parry that, buddy. All right. So at 3, So at 3, Pembroke is going to. He's going to. Do a cha-cha.
Slide.
You know what? He's going to spend a raise to attack Soul again. He riposted last time. He is going to. He is going to. Lunge. Why not? It's a little bit of a sacrifice move, but that works. So he lunges. He's going to totally vacate his raise pool to deal his ranks in weaponry plus the raises that he spent. So he's going to deal 7 to you, and lunge cannot be avoided or prevented.
Yep.
So he deals 7 to you straight up.
Okay.
So he's like da 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 da, and these little caltrops drop around him, and he's like, stab, and he just thrusts straight in for 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
6, 7.
Yeah. By now.
10 wounds.
Yay!
Oh wait. 10 wounds and then 2 dramatic wounds. No, 11 wounds and 2 dramatic wounds.
So right now there's like that lunge, like skewered organs. You hear the squick and blood goes places on Soul. He's not dead, but man, he's hurting. A
lot of my old scars have been reopened.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. So, so here we go. At 2 raises, there is Soul, there is Kris, and there is the cannon. What I'm going to do is this. At this point, you hear boom from the shore, or from the bay, as a cannonball rips through the jungle and lands ever so subtly, as cannonballs do in their subtle ways, directly in the middle of this brute squad that just sends them all flying in directions. Not necessarily the same directions for each person or each part of the person, but they all go flying. Right. So, so at two raises, we've got Sun, and we've got Soul, and we've got Kris. What are we doing?
Kris, do you want to do anything?
I would love to, because I desperately want you to kill this. Oh, Pembroke. Don't like you. I remember at this squash game you were cheating. I saw you cheat. I would actually like to not lunge,
Right.
because I don't have that move.
Right.
But narratively lunge at Pembroke, and with this arm, because I saw him turn to mist, I want to grab him and lock him into place, and hope that Saul gives him final blow.
Are you out of hero points at this point?
I have one hero. I had two.
Look at the Devil's Due.
I know.
Are you doing that?
Oh God, that's gonna suck.
It's fine. Like I will let you do it for the effect. It's not gonna kill him. It's not gonna kill him. Soul will get the kill.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's what he's doing.
Do you want to narrate this? Because yeah.
Actually, you know what had happened is because Kris is also a bit of a risk taker, jackassery. A bit of the explosion blows him back. Mm-hmm. We see him like fly out of a shot. Pembroke looks back, sees his men blown apart, and no matter, about to just kill Saul. And then he feels the clunk from out of the green jungle of the hand on his shin. Just me messed up. Kris messed up. He's like, Jonah will have you tonight, you squirrely worm.
And then you spend the hero point?
Yep.
Oh, God. Okay, so...
And I say, Saul, send him to the blue.
Okay, so you've seen Chris's arms smolder. You've seen it temporarily, occasionally catch fire. The problem is, this is a villain, and not only a villain, but a vampire.
Yeah.
They are fully corrupt. They are gone in terms of the hero scale of things. And so the arm latches on, like he says, and the arm from the elbow down ignites in green flame and courses down the arm and onto, you said he grabbed him by the leg?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And as she's like, the devil Jonah will take you. Like fire, just green fire courses up this guy's body as the power of the devil Jonah feeds. It doesn't consume the corruption within him. It feeds on it like fuel, like gasoline. As just the inherent corruption. You said you spent 2 raises, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which puts me at none anymore.
So the power of the devil. So the power of the Devil's Due that I gave him, because each gift of Jonah is different. It deals the raises that you spent, plus it deals the corruption of the target to them as wounds.
Ow.
Yeah. So at this point, Pembroke takes 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I guess he can't parry that one either.
10, 11, 12. No.
Parry this.
No, there is no way to parry. There is no way to parry the fire of the devil Jonah. And he screams, and as he screams in soul-searing agony, because it is literally soul-searing agony, you hear in the almost on top of it, like an overtone, this wet cackling, like of just joy and delight. And for a moment, you're not sure whether that's coming from the arm or from Kris. There is something in that union, in that unholy union between the two, that enjoys what is happening right now, that loves what is happening right now. And now, Soul, it's your turn.
I'm going to remove myself from the sword that was stuck in my stomach,
Right.
and just slash the head off.
and we'll skip ahead through some wounds here because as you slash, and as you slash, the head of Niles Pembroke comes clean off his shoulders.
It goes bouncing down the ziggurat.
At this point, it takes a few moments, but the silence of the jungle sort of takes over as you realize that nothing else is coming up the hill, nothing else is sneaking up around you. You have a few moments of just, okay, crap, that happened. And right. And as you catch your breath and you look around each other, partially out of relief, partially out of what did we just deal with and what have we just gotten ourselves into, the camera kind of fades off to the ship, the deck of the ship. The idol has been placed in a chest and locked away in the captain's quarters. And as the ship is sailing off into a red sunset, because red skies at night, sailor's delight, the crew is happy. There's music and sea shanties playing on the ship. Rum and grog and other foul liquors are getting passed around. Stories are being shared. And as the ship fades off, as it travels out, the camera stays behind to notice this, how did you describe it? Faint green turning into bright emerald silhouette under the water, kind of snaking its way behind the ship.
Boom, boom.
And the screen goes black. And that
Credits roll.
and credits roll. I had to stop myself from singing a certain song that would have gotten us struck.
Yeah.
But that is 7th Sea. I threw a bunch of stuff in there. Sorry that we ran late-ish, but we had technical issues. Madam Winshin was not with us tonight.
I know. I'm very, very sorry about that. I don't know what happened tonight with all of this.
It was also
Jonah.
it's my first time streaming it too, and so I hope everybody had fun. I hope.
Yes, no.
I was pretty sure I showed you as much as I was pretty sure I showed you a lot of the system. There wasn't much I left untouched. So
I enjoyed. I'll talk with you more about it afterwards. But I thought it was pretty fantastic, and I think I remember playing. I believe the first edition, and I really like the way this is like really shoring up. It's really good.
Right. I'm a big fan. I'm a huge fan of this system. Like, honestly, we're talking, we talk about how here at Game Master Swap, our whole goal is, games that aren't necessarily D20, D&D. Like, honestly, 7th Sea is the game that officially divorced me from Dungeons and Dragons. Like, just the idea that I roll my dice and then decide what I'm doing.
Right.
And more to the point, if you look at the math of it, it takes a lot for you to have no raises in a turn. You can always do something. The question is, how are you contributing and what choices do you make? At that point, it quits being about, is my plus high enough to hit a target number? And it's like, okay, I've got all these options in front of me. What am I going to do about it? And I like that. And I also like, maybe it's my old Wired Reflexes days, but I like the idea of in one round, I can do 6 things. I can do 7 things. It's not, okay, I'm going to shoot a bow. I didn't hit the thing. I'm going to wait now till everybody else has a turn. I can be like, okay, well, I'm doing this. And what I appreciated about tonight's game was, there were times where you guys were like, okay, well, this is how my character's approaching this, but then I suddenly see that there's a need to do something else. Okay, well, let's change gears. Let's shift this up. Let's change the game, flip the script, and try something different. And that's and it's that kind of versatility and kind of free form movement that I really like about 7th Sea. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. And I hope that people who are watching us or who have struggled through watching us in our misadventures tonight enjoyed it. Hope people who watch it later on enjoy it. You get to see all of our fun scribblings, all our drawings. But yeah, I'm glad. I hope everybody had fun, and I can't wait to see the next games that come up. We don't know yet what's next, do we?
We'll discuss that after. So
all right.
I'll just do the outro then.
All right. I will pass the torch to you, son.
Okay. Well, thank you all for coming and listening and watching this craziness. We are Game Master Swap, a bunch of professional game masters where our goal is to show off all our playstyles and the various systems we like to run, as well as highlighting smaller or indie games that aren't D&D 5th edition. Each week is generally a different GM and roster of players, and we play at 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. Tuesdays Eastern Standard Time. You can find these videos here on Twitch Live or on YouTube where we archive them. If you're interested in playing with or hiring one of us, you can find our profiles on the website startplaying.games. Our details will be in the chat and the description as well. Let's go through our plays today, starting with Marcus.
Hello and goodbye. Thank you for for watching us and struggling with my my terrible internet. I'm Marcus Flores, and you can find me at MarcusFlores_13 on all the socials, and find me at startplaying.game. And you can hire me there, and I swear my internet will work much better when it is just you and I. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be pretty fantastic. So thank you for watching and watching in the future on YouTube.
And I am Sun. You can find me at Sun at Start Playing Games or Sun Gone on Twitter and YouTube, where I do RPG related game design stuff. I run Dark Fantasy Heroic. Just go to my profile page. I'm still fine tuning stuff, but thank you for listening into this. And Thom?
I am Thom, Thom. I can be found on Twitter at TomJTK or on startplaying.games as Thom. I run 5th edition and a few various derivatives of it, such as Adventures in Middle-earth, Shadowrun, Fate, and really I just like learning new systems in general. So, and I apologize for my outrageous French accent. Unfortunately, my only French experience with accents comes from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Mm-hmm.
And our GM for today, Matt.
Again, I'm Matt. Also ViaVirtus on basically any social that I use. ViaVirtus. I run 7th Sea. I run Legend of the Five Rings, Cyberpunk, Red. I also run Star Trek Adventures, a little bit of the 5th edition stuff, but also starting to work with getting into the Fallout RPG that just recently released from Modiphius. So that's something that I'm intending to throw out here very soon too. So definitely, see us, talk to us, and yeah.
So until next time, thank you for watching Game Master Swap. Until next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.